All right, good evening, everyone. I'm going to go ahead and call to order the January 23rd, 2024 meeting. Let the record show that all 6 board members are present. To my far right, we have Mr. Clay Forehand from the Madison District. To my right, we have Mr. Floyd Thomas from the Mattaponi District. To my left, we have Mrs. Nancy Long from the Port Royal District. To her left, we have Mr. Jeff Seeley from the Bowling Green District. And to his left, we have Mr. Reginald Underwood from the Reedy Church District, and I'm Jeff Black from the Western Caroline District. If we could stand for the invocation, please, but it will be given by Mr. Thomas.
Let us pray. Dear Father God, we come before you this day to first thank you for your many blessings. We ask that you would guide us, give us strength, give us wisdom to do the business of the county. We ask this blessing in the name of Jesus the Christ, our risen Savior. Amen.
Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. All right. Opening board comments. I will start with Mr. Underwood.
Thank you, Mr. Black, and good evening, everyone. I've received a few emails from some of my constituents and discussed process and procedure and how we conduct business when our meetings are and what the protocol is for meetings and votes and those types of things. The process and procedures for voting and conducting business by this board is still the same that it's always been. And I'm hoping that people will take the time to invest their time and energy to make sure that you're knowledgeable on the process and procedures for this board. Those are my comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Underwood. Mr. Seeley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank and congratulate Mr. Charlie Cully and Mr. Joey Schiebel on their water meeting last night. It was a long meeting, but I think information-wise, what our consultant and Mr. Schiebel and Mr. Cully were actually able to convey in the 3.5 hours that the meeting went on was absolutely a very positive experience for people, and should be commended for the way it was handled last night. So I'd like to thank them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mrs. Long?
I totally agree with you, Mr. Seeley. It was a good meeting, and I was very proud of our staff and our consultant and all the information that they shared. And I believe, David, that is online. If people want to go back and see it, it will be posted. So you'll be able to look it up and watch it online if you could not attend the meeting last night. Today I attended the Economic Development Summit, which was held right down in King George. And it was wonderful to see Congressman Whitman came and did the opening comments and the welcome for that. And also got to meet with the president and CEO of the Virginia Economic Development Partnership. And they just had a lot of good speakers, a lot of talking about the need for people to employ for businesses, and how the community colleges and the schools and the businesses all needed to work together. And it was very informative. So I'll share that information with Mr. Cully. And then on a sadder note, I wanted to let everyone know that I guess I call him the father of Howard's paving in the Port Royal District up on 17, lovingly known as Turkey Man, passed away quietly last week at home, just as Howard would have wanted to. And so we're going to miss Alan, and just wanted to send condolences out to his family. And I'm sure his children will continue the business just as he has taught them to over these years. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thomas?
Yes, just a couple of quick points. legislation has been proposed in Richmond that would basically allow Richmond and the legislature there to decide if solar projects are good or bad for the county. And I think that's not really a good idea for us because I think all those local decisions should be made in the county. The county's seen the same thing before when it came to sludge or what's called biosolids. It was a local decision and then Richmond took the decision back. So we basically have no say-so in that. So we need to make sure that we talk to our legislators to make sure that all local ordinances are upheld and local authorities kept. This is the same thing with cell towers, and I had a resident ask me why the county doesn't have more cell towers. And cell towers are basically up to the providers, and the county actually, due to some more legislation from Richmond, has absolutely no say-so when it comes to cell towers. When a cell tower provider comes to us, we basically approve it without any say-so for the most part. So those are the other things. And the last thing is, I know that a lot of the board or a lot of citizens were aware of the person killed in the car accident. That was Hulon Willis, who worked at the Caroline Detention Center. And we want to send our sympathies out to his family and all those who knew and worked with him. And that's it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Forehand?
I did want to commend staff on the excellent meeting last night. I wasn't able to be here in person, but I did follow about half of it and I plan to watch the rest. But thank you for getting that information out. Is much needed. And hopefully will allay some fears of some folks that drew some pretty outlandish conclusions as to why we're pursuing a permanent water source in the county. Thank you.
And I have a few that I would like to bring up. I have contacted staff to get a meeting together with some of the players in the county, superintendent and Mr. Schiebel, probably even Mr. Boyles from GWRC. And it's the genesis of this is we have a trash pickup along Ladysmith Road at Adopt a Highway. Where every couple of months we go out and pick up litter along the side of the roadway. And the last one we had, which was last Saturday, we ended up picking up 34 bags of trash in a matter of less than 2 miles. It's embarrassing. And unless we come together as a county and figure out a way, there's got to be an enforcement piece, there's got to be an education piece. We're going to need Commonwealth attorney involved. It just doesn't seem to go away. It just seems to get worse. And unless there's a way, we have to figure out some sort of solution to this problem because the roadway along Ladysmith Road, it was pretty bad. So I do want to thank everyone that came out to help out with that. But we do need to figure out some sort of solution because there are certain areas in this county. It's not just Ladysmith Road. I know Page Road near Route 1 is pretty bad. I think what is the loop there. There's down one near the truck stop. It's pretty bad. So we need to figure out a solution to this somehow. Second thing is I do want to remind everyone, every year Mr. Thomas promises that he's going to go into the water for the polar bear plunge, and every year he does not.
Can you put the camera on me, Jeff? Because that's not true at all.
So anyway, we are, the polar bear plunge is Saturday, February 3rd in Lake Landor. We do really appreciate that's run by the Ladysmith Ruritan Club. County support is very huge in this. So if you know of organization, the Catholic Church, Pause for Purple Hearts, Wrights Chapel, Caroline's Promise, the YMCA, they are all Ladysmith Ruritan Club. We have a total of 7, Habitat for Humanity. We have 7 organizations that are involved, and usually it raises in the upwards north of $30,000 to $40,000 every year. So that's really important. And a lot of businesses here in Caroline are big supporters of the plunge. So thank them. I do want to give a congratulations. When I took on a role of being on the board a long time ago, I had to give up coaching baseball, which really was something that I I really enjoyed, but I was still able to, at Spotsylvania High School, continuing coaching an academic team. It's kind of like a trivia team. And this year, Caroline ended up winning the district, and I want to congratulate the Caroline High School team. They were really, really good, and we'll be seeing them in regionals here on Saturday coming up. But they have a very, very strong team, which is, it's nice to see because that's kind of a reflection of the academics in the school. So they did an excellent job, and so congratulations to them. So that's it. That's it for my comments.
You didn't mention that I was a judge last year, did you?
Yeah, well, we need judges. Do you want to come?
No,
All right.
I don't do cold.
All right. So we'll move on to amendments to the agenda. Are there any amendments to the agenda? Does anyone have any amendments to the agenda? I have just a slight one under appointments, but I don't think that's that big of a deal. I just want to add in a transportation appointment. All right, hearing none, that we have no amendments, can I take a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, we are now to our presentations and reports. Mr. Bates.
Okay, can I get the presentation up? There we are. All right, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, county staff, thank you for having me today, tonight, I should say. I'm going to go through the presentation that we have here. This was originally the presentation I was supposed to give last week. I appreciate you all being patient. It started raining. It started raining a good amount. So our crews, they went from snow event to rain event to back to snow event. So they've been, this past weekend, we sent them home around 3 or 4 a.m. on Saturday, and they got a day and a half of rest. So, and we're looking at some higher temperatures this week. So they've done an outstanding job out there in the field. But to go through the presentation, I did make a few tweaks. So if you did see it last week, I have changed a couple of items throughout. A lot can happen in a week, evidently. So right here, this is the Route 639 Ladysmith Road widening project. That is now complete. So we had the ribbon cutting. We did have a meeting last week out on site to look at some punch list items. So the contractor does have a few things they need to tidy up before we can close out the project, but it is open and flowing. The next project here, this is a picture from through construction. This project is now complete as well. This is the South River, Route 1 over South River, I should say. I will note that coming spring of 2024, we are going to go back out and do a mill and overlay. So if you've ridden on Route 1 in that section and you've seen some of the, it's eradication of the pavement markings. We like to call them ghost markings. They don't look great. So when we come back after the winter, when the temperatures rise, we're hoping this spring to come out and mill and overlay and put a brand new asphalt surface on top of it. So it will look a lot nicer. Route 301 at Chase Street. This is a smart scale project in the town of Bowling Green. This estimate has gone up from 11.8 to 14.1 million. It is still being fully covered by the state through smart scale. That was an inflation that went up that few $1 million. Preliminary engineering just started within the last month on this project. So if you've seen people out surveying around the town, this is along Chase Street. You see a lot of the pedestrian improvements, a sidewalk added, a new signal at Chase and Main Street, and then the crossover improvements on 301. Moving on to Route 640 Smoots Road over Maricosset Creek and Smoots Pond. I had originally hidden this slide last week, but legitimately the day that I was supposed to come here and speak with you all, I got a call from Fort Walker, and they are actually doing a project out there that started on January 17th. We had originally had this bridge on our list to replace, and DCR stepped in and said, do not touch that bridge until the private property owner has a chance to correct their dam. So Fort Walker has come out and they have started working on their section on that private area. You will see some intermittent lane closures out there, but that is being the work that's being done under permit. Did you have a question?
That is a single lane road almost as it is, so with the improvement, I'm hoping it gets wider.
Well, right now, we don't have a plan, so there is no improvement out there for now. But when we get to that point, we'll run that through you all and talk about what that's going to look like. I'll write that down.
Mr. Bates, what's DCR?
The Department of Conservation Resources, so it's a state agency that handles dams as one of the many things they do. So let me make note of this. Okay. All right, moving on. Route 638 over South River. This is a bridge replacement through State of Good Repair. This project is going to require a road closure. The detour is looking at Ladysmith Road and Page Road. This construction is tentatively scheduled for fall of 2025, fall of 2026. Still a little ways off, but before we get to that point, obviously with all of our closures, bridge closures, maintenance projects, we will work with our first responders, school transportation, and all the affected parties. The next slide here is the Route 207 eastbound bridge over the Mattaponi. This is one of the design build procurements that's being bundled together. We don't have a construction date on this one yet, but very similar to the project just on the other side. It's going to be bundled with that design build bundle. Sorry. Yes, sir.
Didn't we just do that like 5 or 6 years ago?
On the other side of the road.
No, the other side is brand new.
Correct, yeah.
But didn't we do some repair on this side of the bridge 5 or 6 years ago? Because I remember we were going back and forth changing lanes. So I thought we'd already taken care of it.
So when that happened, we moved the traffic from the one that is new onto the old bridge, I'll call it. And then we're going to do the exact opposite of that this time. So we'll move traffic over to the new bridge. We'll have two-way traffic going in one direction.
But what I'm saying was before you built the new bridge, you worked on the one you're talking about now.
I don't recall that, but I can look into that, Mr. Thomas.
Okay, so you're saying this is going to be totally replaced?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
This is a replacement of the substructure, superstructure replacement and substructure rehabilitation. So basically anything that goes like this is going to get replaced and anything that goes like that is going to get rehabbed.
okay.
And
It's like a 2-year project?
I can get you the time frame on it.
Thank you.
And again, that is part of a larger design build bundle that is going out. So I don't have the exact start date, finish date. A lot of that's going to be up to the contractor through the design build process. All right, these are not VDOT projects, but I thought they were worth noting on here. These are a couple economic development projects that Caroline County has applied for through the Commonwealth Transportation Board, Dry Bridge Road and Ruther Glen Road. These projects are they have been secured funding for preliminary engineering and design, and essentially they are looking to potentially widen and straighten out some areas for economic development. Here we have the Route 1 pipeline study. This is ongoing. We are in the phase, getting ready to go to the public involvement phase of this. It focuses on maintaining capacity along Route 1, but essentially Route 1 all throughout Caroline County, we're looking at different ways to keep traffic moving, keep traffic flowing. It could be the addition of turn lanes, the restriction of crossover movements, what have you. So lots of intersections up and down Caroline County and Route 1. For future smart scale projects too, I should add. Here we have Route 2 over Bowie's Pond. If you haven't seen that, there's the signal down at the bottom over Bowie's Pond. This is one that is necessitated due to the deteriorating concrete block that did start on January 15th. We are looking, if I recall, it was about 3 months for that project. There will be some time while there's nothing going on. You may get comments, oh, why is VDOT not out there doing this project? Some of this is, it takes time for that concrete to cure. So there is a temporary speed reduction of 45 miles per hour. It is down there in the bottom. We did look at the sight distance down there. I know we have gotten a lot of complaints about the queued traffic. Really, it's in about the only place it can be without extending that queue longer. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. We did work with the fire and rescue and get the Opticom working for that. But that is ongoing for the next few months. We've worked with the first responders and school transportation and everybody else. So just keeping an eye on that one. This is a new slide as well. This is a high-risk rural road crash analysis and mitigation. These are great projects. You can kind of take a look at the graphic. This is just one isolated intersection at, I believe, Ruther Glen and Signboard. But there's a list of list of roads: Ladysmith Road, Sparta Road, Signboard Road, Jericho Road, Roselle Road, and Elevon Road that we are looking at signage improvements and striping improvements based off of crash data and things like that. So that is going to be completed starting this winter and going into fall of 2024. These are safety improvements that are going to upgrade the signage and various things like that. So, yes, sir.
Mr. Bates, will you be presenting this information to the Transportation Committee?
I am now, absolutely.
Yes, I think that's very important for them to see what's going on and what the plan is, because these are quite critical areas that need to be addressed, and
Sure.
it looks like you're on the way to address those.
It's a start.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
thank you, sir.
Some intersection improvements. I know, Mr. Seeley, you've been very interested in this one. This is your Farmer Drive project right there by the VDOT area headquarters. We used secondary SSYP funds to improve this. We still have not taken out the old roadway, but the new roadway is now at a 90-degree angle. Nice large stop sign and a directional arrow at the intersection there. So that was switched over mid-January, and we're looking later on this winter to remove the existing road. Moving on, Rural Rustic. This is Route 680 Rattletrap Road. This is another secondary 6-year plan project. Environmental work and sediment control plans under review. We are looking next summer to go to construction on this and hard surface that section of Rattletrap. Here we have Route 630 Sparta Road. This was another installation of additional signage and pavement markings to reduce the roadway departures. That work, Mr. Seeley, was done in fall of 2023. They did the restriping around that curb. Haven't heard anything since then. Maybe you have, but it's one we'll keep a close eye on. Here we have Route 619 Chase Street, just outside of the town here. We did some crossover improvements at this location to reduce some of the vehicle conflict points, adding some striping, yield diamonds, and some signage. Here we have the manicure mowing contract, so I want to take a second to talk about this one. At the end of the mowing season last year, in the fall, we awarded our manicure mowing contract. Caroline County and Stafford County are two that have been taking advantage of that. So this upcoming year, we plan to work with Caroline County and use this contract on the selected routes that Caroline has identified that they would like to pay for in additional cycles of mowing. We're looking at potentially, our mowing practices are 2 times a year on a secondary road, 3 times a year on a primary road. We could use this 8 to 10 times in a season. So it's really for aesthetics. So if you all have routes that you're interested in, I would recommend working through your county staff and having those discussions. We can always add routes onto this. Again, that is at a cost. So,
Mr. Bates, I just got one question for you. Even on this picture right here, does the curb and gutter, because my concern has always been if you're coming from 95 up to the Diversified or Lotus Academy now, Old Elementary School and Ladysmith Road, it just doesn't, there's, between the cement panels, there's grass and crabgrass that grows up through it. We've got stuff coming up through the drain sometimes. It just, it doesn't look very good. I mean, the mowing part of the major grass above the curve is one thing, but then the crabgrass grows up over it and down into the road, and it just looks horrible. So would that contract get that?
It will not. However, we can spray those areas. So that was one that you had brought up at the end of the last mowing season. That's one that we've got on our radar. If there's other areas like that, we can spray the concrete and keep that stuff from coming back and put that on a rotational schedule.
Yeah, we've been going over this because, I mean, years ago, Mr. Forehand and I actually went out and we were tired and we actually went out and did it ourselves.
Yeah.
So it's just for aesthetic purposes, it looks really nice when there's nothing growing up between in the curb and gutter area.
Yep.
So thank you.
Mr. Bates, one question for you.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that we could do extra mowing. And you talked about, you said something about cost.
Mm-hmm.
The cost that we would be paying would be the same as that you would pay to that person or that entity that's going to do, or how would that work?
Yep, absolutely. So the way that we have this is we have an agreement that's going to be coming forward to Caroline County within the next month or so, that if you all sign, it allows essentially you to pay us to then pay said contractor. And we pay the bills directly to the contractor. We administer the contract. We are already mowing our cycles, so you're not paying for those. But anything additional above the 2 times, 3 times, depending on the system, we have a per acre cost. So we know what that fixed amount is. It's not like we're just saying, hey, give me a bunch of money and like there's a certain amount that's tied to the contract for per acre.
So you'll be able to tell us how much is going to be mowed and at what cost?
Yes,
so
sir.
that we can then deliberate as to if we need extra here or there. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, sir.
There's a per acre cost in Caroline County. I know Mr. Schiebel has a copy of that, so we can work together. And if you want to add some areas, we can.
I was hoping we get a discount if we add more.
If it was on the contract when it was put out, it could have been. The contractor bids on it based off of the amount that's on the contract. So,
Next time.
yeah, when we put it back out.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
One question.
Yep.
The new part of 639 that's all concrete, will you all take care that grass doesn't grow up in that? Is that a VDOT?
That's one of the routes that's on the list.
So is that yours or ours?
Well, I'm going to be doing it all in a manner of speaking, but it is a secondary road. VDOT would mow it twice a year.
Okay.
Exactly. I mean, that's understood.
But you don't, what I'm saying is you won't spray the concrete where the grass is growing.
Oh, the concrete. I'm sorry. I thought we were talking about.
It's the whole center structure.
Understood. Yes, those are items that VDOT will spray, and that is on us.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Sorry, I thought we were talking about the grass.
Mr. Bates, if we have a section of road we want to talk to you about, do we just call you or is there a different department to contact?
Send it to me and Mr. Joey Schiebel.
Thank you.
I think it should probably come from one person at staff, because, I mean, if Ladysmith Road, we spent $26 million building a nice 1 mile, and half the median is grass, and the grass will be 1.5 feet tall by May, and you might mow in June, your first mow.
Yeah, we would look at, we would probably try and hit the 3 holidays between September, May,
Memorial Day.
July.
So the end of May. So that, and Carmel Church is in the same boat, because, and that's, anyway, there's just some ideas, some locations that I think we should put on a list.
Well, what I guess I'll recommend hearing questions from almost everybody here. You're next. What I'll do is I'll compile that list together and get that to county staff, and That way you all have a chance to take a look at it. If you want to add, I have to go back to the contractor because we've kind of already gone through this exercise, but if they're willing to do it at that per acre cost, we can look at adding some routes on there. Okay.
Question, can I question? Mr. Bates, first of all, as always, I let you know when you guys are doing a great job. And I believe you are doing a great job so far, so I wanted to say that
far.
right away.
Yes, sir.
The 301 Chase Street project is smart scale.
Yes, sir.
The county didn't apply for that smart scale. The state decided to do that as part of the 207, 301 corridor study, right?
So
Bowling Green did it.
on paper,
Right.
technically Caroline County is the applicant, but on behalf of the town of Bowling Green via a resolution.
But really, we're just closing off Chase Street to,
Chase Street is going to be, it depends on which side you're coming from. But if you're coming from the town side, you will not be able to make the left turn or the through movement. If you're coming from the other side, not from the town of Bowling Green, you can still make a left out, but you cannot go straight across. The movements at Courthouse will be closed altogether. That crossover is going to be for emergency services only.
so that's what I was kind of curious about. How would someone, say at Main Street in Bowling Green, who uses Chase Street, how would they get to the county landfill?
Yeah, so a couple different options, really. They can go out through I can't remember the name of these areas off, but basically
Broadus
the
that
ramp.
keeps going back out on
You
the
can
other
go out
side
to
of,
Broadus.
what was Pizza Hut?
Correct. You can go up to Broadus, which I think turns into Turnpike there. But you can go up to Broadus, or you could go out where their current ramp is right there by the bridge. You'll have
Where the
full
bypass.
movement, correct, at the bypass. You'll have full movement at both of those crossovers.
So all the residents in and around the town of Bowling Green who were using Chase Street and making that left to go towards the landfill will now have to use the ramp near the bridge at the end of the town of Bowling Green or go to what used to be Pizza Hut.
Yeah, East Broadus, yes, sir. And for good reason. And there's a couple of things I can add on to that. So if you're coming from the bypass, let's say, one of the things with this project is we're looking at the sight distance. So if you're looking to the right, people are coming around the bend there. We're looking at removing some of the vegetation that may restrict you from having further sight distance. And then in addition, we're looking at removing some vegetation on the other one that I mentioned over at Broadus to improve the sight distance there as well.
Okay, because both of those are much harder than Chase Street right now.
Well, there's a lot of crash data and I realized there was just a severe crash at the bypass just within the last week or so. But the data at Chase Street is overwhelmingly dangerous.
Okay. The other thing is, and I'll call you to debate that because I can see much better uses of $14 million. Rich. But to talk about the two things that I asked you for that's in the list, the turn lane at Lakewood for the landfill and the turn lane at the high school, you're going to look at those in the spring for the second?
Yes, sir. So when we get together, one of the things that the Transportation Committee with Mr. Hughes here, we're going to be chatting about this upcoming meeting is priorities for secondary six-year plan. And so both of those, one of them is eligible for secondary six-year plan. The other one is not, but we are looking at finding some safety money as it is also a need. And so we're going to prioritize those come secondary six-year plan time. And that will be essentially up to the board to.
Which one was the safety one? The high school?
I can't recall, Mr. Thomas. I'll have to take a look.
Okay, because I mean, the high school is a really serious safety concern. But if you're going 60 miles an hour trying to make a right turn into the landfill with a truck behind you, that's a pretty scary event. So
yeah, one of them was eligible for secondary six-year plan funds, and the other one was not. So
okay, you can let me know whenever you have a chance. I'd appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
That's all I had. Thank you, sir. And you are doing a good job.
Thank you. Moving on to the next slide here, this is the drainage work ongoing. I'll just say this, we had a significant flooding event last week when I wasn't able to make it up. We are going to be working on drainage for quite some time. We have a lot of areas throughout the county where we typically don't see flooding, that we saw flooding. So, events like that, while they are tiresome, they definitely show us where some of our problem areas are. One is Beverly Run. We do have, Beverly Run is closed as of right now. Crews are out there this week working on that. My hope is that within the next week to 2 weeks, we'll have that road back open. So, yes, sir.
I was going to ask you about Beverly Run. I've got some family down there, and they said they sent me pictures. The road is basically washed out.
Yes, and if you follow the VDOT Fredericksburg Facebook group, there was a picture of a road, and you saw the somewhat overweight camera guy go underneath the road, and you saw that there was nothing there. Right. That was Beverly Run.
I've got the picture.
Yeah, so I was the cameraman behind that. So. This is just a stock photo. I can't say exactly where this is at. But we do have roads like that out there. So, all right, moving on. Planned maintenance resurfacing routes. So this is our 2024 schedule. These contracts were just recently awarded, and we are working to get the pre-cons together with the contractors that are going to be completing this work sometime between the April timeframe and October-November timeframe. So just some routes of note. Route 17 between the Spotsylvania line and Route 610 Petmeyer. Route 30 Dawn Boulevard between 301 and the King William County line. Sections of Sparta Road, Ladysmith Road, Ladysmith between Balti and 207, and then also on the other side between Partlow and Bridlewood, Signboard Road, CCC Road. The whole list is there for you. These are a mixture of plant mix and surface treatment, but a lot of great routes. It's over 96 lane miles coming to Caroline County this year, so that's great.
Mr. Black, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
The Sparta Road, you have Route 630, which is all the way down. It's not 721.
Mm-hmm.
So where are we talking about? Are we talking 630 or are we talking Sparta Road 721?
I believe it's 630 between Newtown and the Essex County line. Is that route number incorrect?
I believe that, because that leads to my question by the R&D campgrounds, that S-curve in there.
Mm-hmm.
I've driven it and I've had a couple of complaints, and I've driven it a couple of times, and the road is actually wavy.
Okay.
And it is getting more and more difficult to drive.
Okay.
So I was hoping when I saw this, I was like, is this 630 or is this 721, and what section from Newtown to where? So it's kind of confusing. Can we figure out what that is supposed to mean?
Yeah, absolutely. It definitely, if the route number is incorrect, that's a mistake on me, but it's definitely from Newtown Road to the Essex County line. Right. Yep. So what I'll say is I can take a look at that, Mr. Seeley, and if there is a section of that that's, like you said, washboarding, and that's within that section, we can look to try and patch that out. We don't really want to put surface treatment on top of that washboarding.
If it's Newtown Road, if it really is Newtown Road, then you're already past campgrounds.
Okay. Well, we can take a look at that for routine maintenance, if not, either way.
All right.
All right. And that is it for me. There were a couple of items that I did want to address from here recently. Obviously, with the drainage issues, I would be remiss, Mrs. Long, if I didn't mention your 17 drainage. What is that? David.
So anyway, before you finish, put that back up there for a sec, well, before you're finishing up. If you guys don't know, Mr. Bates actually plays in a band called Sold Separately, and I had an opportunity to go down and see him on Saturday night. So there's our VDOT representative. Who doesn't think that VDOT's cool? VDOT's playing at bars in Richmond. The idea of going on at 9:30 at night was a little hard, but you know, for someone. But their band was awesome. They did a great job. So congratulations, you guys did. It was a lot of fun. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bates, while you're looking for that,
Yes, sir.
could you address the issue of, cutting back the trees on, I mean, that's, I know we had an ice and snow issue, but it just seems that I don't think we're doing enough preventative maintenance when trees are leaning or appear to be leaning toward the roads, and then it happens after the fact. We get ice or snow. I think we should look at maybe they started earlier this year, I know.
Yeah. I couldn't agree with that more. So what we're trying to do is take that list of resurfacing routes, and to the best that we can, especially the ones on the higher volumes, is try and do some wholesale maintenance on them. So you might have seen us doing shoulders and ditching work on, sections of Lady Smith Road, let's say. We try and follow that up if necessary with tree trimming.
Right.
We try and do whatever we can on those routes that we know are going to be resurfaced the following year, so that we don't have to come back to them.
Right. But I would think if they're doing one project, they can see that there's a need for possibly something else, and they should be a little more intuition too.
We really try and focus around the resurfacing schedule.
Correct.
So,
Okay.
we're already looking at routes for 2025, 2026. And that's how my team is developing their plan. So if you see us out there, I'm not going to say this is a blanket statement, because there are some times that we have to pull off and go to the highest priority areas for safety reasons. But if we're out trimming trees on a route, there's a possibility that that's one that we're looking to get ready to resurface next year. Same thing with our shoulders and ditches. If we're wholesale doing an operation to ditch across an entire route, those are some of the routes that we're looking at in the future for resurfacing. I don't want to put a good investment out there and then the sun can't shine on it because of the trees and dry up the moisture. And then I've got potholes on my brand new investment, if that makes sense.
And I'm not sure if you're familiar with Mount Gideon Road that goes downhill from, it's a little cut off of 301 and goes down and back to 301. In the bottom there, that's really an issue that we're going to have to resolve that.
Sure.
Particularly when it rains.
Yep.
It's a major issue.
I'll take a look at it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bates.
So a couple of things, like I said, before that picture went up there. Thank you, Mr. Black. Mrs. Long, 17, we are going to explore a couple of solutions out there. We've talked to the property owners in the past, and we've gotten nowhere, essentially. The area is, as you know, extremely flat. We may look at trying to acquire some form of easement, something to correct that out there. We are going to do some ditching this winter. It might make it better. It's not going to fix it. We're going to have somewhere for that water to go. So just a heads up, we are still very aware of it and very much working on it.
Unfortunately, water doesn't like to run uphill.
I know. I
Just
can
can't get it
record
to
you
go
saying
down to that creek.
I literally said that to a citizen this morning. So, Mr. Thomas, we talked about the 2 turn lanes. That was on my list. You beat me to it. When secondary 6-year plan comes, we'll have further conversations. And then, Mr. Underwood, you had asked me to take a look at the trucks were turning around on Ruther Glen. We did get the guide signs are up. We are going to make some alterations to what's out there right now. I've also gotten some concerns from the fire and rescue folks. They've got very similar concerns, almost from a different point of view, but very similar issues out there. So we're going to be taking a look at that one as well. And that is all I have. Do you all have anything additional for me?
Just 2 things real quick. And I think I've asked you this before, but the corner of Trivet Road and Anderson Mill, there's like a little hill there that makes a blind spot, and I don't know if there's a whole lot you can do about it. But when you pull out, and not that I go to Trippett Road very often, but when I do go out there, I know there's some concerns about people getting cold clocked because it is blind for the cars coming. I guess basically they're moving south down Anderson Mill.
And the thing that's blocking the sight distance is the road itself.
Yeah. It's kind of like it's the
Vertical crest.
Yeah. So it makes it difficult. So I don't know if there's a whole lot you can do. And then the other thing too, on the something very minor, but on the Adopt a Highway signs that are out there, someone clobbered ours, and it's like leading down. So if you could, that's a really easy thing to fix. Sure. But right across from the Countryside Apartments.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Got it.
Mr. Bates?
Yes, sir.
The gentleman that was here 2 weeks ago from VDOT,
Mr. Thorpe?
Yep.
Yeah. I just mentioned the off-ramp from 95 going north onto Ladysmith Road.
Mm-hmm.
The seams are starting to fail. So if you could have someone take a look at those.
The asphalt?
This seams is like every, I don't know,
Joints.
maybe 20 yards, there's a big seam.
Okay. It's probably
It serves as a as you're getting closer to Ladysmith Road, but with the weather, they've really taken a hit.
We'll take a look at it. Really, the only thing that's going to fix that is, well, one of two things. It's the concrete joints underneath the asphalt that are reflecting up through, unless you go down and dig up that concrete and redo it when you're talking about a very, very expensive project. Really resurfacing is what we do to fix that. We have that all over Route 1, especially if you go through the city, they have that same issue. We have it all over too, but we resurface a lot more, especially on Route 1. So I'll see if and when that is on the resurfacing schedule. That's really going to be the fix.
Well, there's a couple good-sized potholes right now from
Fixable
from the weather.
immediately.
So.
And then one last from me. How often do you do, Mr. Bates, how often do you do on the ramps, on and off ramps? Do you do the litter, do you do a litter pickup?
They do it during mowing season, so I would assume about 3 times a year. I don't think they're doing a whole lot more outside of that.
And that's something, because we've been told that you can't do like Adopt a Highways on that, right? Because it's federal.
It's within limited access. Yeah, we don't want people going in on the ramps there.
Right. Is that possibly something you guys could do before mowing season, is pick up that trash on the ramps? Or?
Yeah, they would pick it up before every mowing cycle. Yes, sir.
But can you do it before the mowing cycle? Is there possible? I mean, what I'm saying is it looks bad right now. I don't know what the.
Oh, you like this winter is what you're saying.
Before, I mean, because mowing, you're not going to get your first mowing until May, and we're in January. And it looks, I mean, they don't look good right now at all.
Let me check with our interstate maintenance folks, and I will see if that's something that they can add onto their schedule.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, next up we have Dr. Neighbors from the public schools.
Great evening, Chairman Black, members of the Caroline County Board of Supervisors. I'm Dr. Monroe, the proud Assistant Superintendent for Caroline County Public Schools, and it is a plum pleasing pleasure to introduce Ms. Kim Young, Communications and Engagement Specialist, and Dr. Neighbors, our new Director of Secondary Education. This evening, we will be presenting a 5 to 7 minute overview of the vision we have for a Caroline High School Academy model. Stemming from the amazing Fredericksburg Regional Chamber of Commerce trip to Kentucky last year, Caroline County wants to say big thanks to Mr. Gary Wilson and the entire Economic Development Department for sponsoring both Mr. Just, who couldn't be here this evening. His daughter is a senior and she has a senior sporting event this evening, but he sends thank yous as well. And Ms. Kim Young, as they did fly to Kentucky with the regional team to see the Academy model in action. Our vision is very innovative ambitious, and connect students to their community in ways that would catapult work-based learning to a whole new level, and how we enhance 3E readiness that's enrolled, enlisted, and/or employed. And as I shared before, some of our kids are E squared and E cubed, so we're really excited about that. We are also on tour presenting this vision to multiple stakeholders, and we thank you in advance for your input and feedback, as it will be used to better inform the Caroline County Public School Board at our January 29th board meeting. So with that said, I am going to invite Dr. Neighbors to the podium. I will put the mic up to her level, and she will begin sharing.
Good evening, and again, thank you for your time. As Dr. Murdo stated, our goal tonight is to bring awareness, engagement, and excitement around this plan to implement a pilot program of the Academies of Caroline. The Academies is a model designed to benefit the entire community. Our 3-year goal would be to increase our on-time graduation rates and decrease chronic absenteeism by building a community within a community. The model would provide students with 3 years of focused learning in an industry or a subject area to prepare students for employment, enrollment in college, and/or enlisted in the military. This is an opportunity not only for our schools, but for our community, as it is a deep connection to businesses and partners that's part of this design and implementation. You may wonder where this all started, and I would normally turn now to Principal Just, but as Dr. Monroe shared, he had an engagement with his daughter's basketball game that was rescheduled. So from his words, Principal Just, in the fall of 2022, he attended the Academy of Informational Workshop at Hampton City Public Schools. The school division, local government, business leaders, and students presented their vision and model for the academies to the attendees. They were able to visit the high schools to see academies in action and were amazed at what they saw and heard from the students. Those students were motivated, they were locked into a pathway, and they were excited to be at school. He was impressed with the alignment of school leadership, of parents, of students, of the local government, and the surrounding business and community, all around one purpose: for the academies. The student voice and appreciation of the academy approach on how it helped shape them pre and post high school and graduation academic career plan was evident during that visit. So after that visit, they met further with the Hampton team, decided to move forward with the Freshman Academy. We would all collaboratively have developed the Freshman Academy to incorporate a teaming approach to provide a comprehensive support to all the 9th graders as they transition into high school. In addition to the teaming approach, there's a curriculum that is used for a freshman seminar class that all of our freshmen now take that is designed to help students with career exploration. The seminar gives students a chance to really explore hands-on different careers and college pathways. And we're about halfway through our first year with the Cavalier Academy with the school, and we're noticing progress. And we're also seeking input and tweaking things along the way. This week alone, Principal Just met with the Cavalier Academy students and visited Germanna Community College to better understand their options available to them as they progress through high school. The Cavalier Academy laid the foundation, but it was really our recent visit to Lexington that has inspired us to be here today, and Kim Young will share more about this.
A little taller than me. During our visit to Lexington back in October, we visited the academies of Frederick Douglass High School and saw the power of collaboration between public schools and businesses. Their establishment of rich career pathways aligns with student interest, relevant work-based learning experiences, employment trends, and ultimately increases attendance and achievement. The trip was also a great opportunity for us to observe how regional collaboration and partnerships helped achieve successes in not just the high school academies, but in meeting workforce needs. Our tour of the Toyota plant illustrated the partnership that the company created with the local community college to provide training and certifications needed for the local workforce to work for Toyota. Just yesterday, I attended a meeting organized by Curry Roberts and the Fredericksburg Regional Alliance, bringing together Amazon Web Services, our region's K-12 schools, Germanna Community College, and local contractors to discuss how we can work together to meet the workforce needs of AWS and the other data centers coming to our region. This meeting was the beginning of the exact kind of collaboration that we witnessed in Kentucky. Having been able to attend that trip allowed us to see firsthand how effective that model works and how vital my role as the CCPS Community Engagement Specialist is in helping establish and maintain these important partnerships to benefit our students and our region's employers. Turn it back to Dr. Neighbors.
So again, Mr. Just would be here to explain a little bit about our draft of our pilot. So what would the draft of the pilot look like for next year? Well, with our current draft, the current Cavalier Academy for freshmen would remain intact. For the rising sophomores, students would choose one of the following academies illustrated above: skilled and technical science, public and human services, and business communication entrepreneurship. Students for their 10th grade year would be required to take an elective in one of their academy to begin their exploration in the college and career pathway. Each academy would have a set of teachers, one administrator, and one counselor dedicated to support those students in that academy. We hope to build excitement with creating a selection day even, where students would learn, more like in a pep rally fashion, what academy they'll be part of for next year. So as we plan this draft, we know how essential it is to meet with parents, students, teachers, community members, business partners, and any other stakeholder that support Caroline County Public Schools. And for each stakeholder group, we're asking these same 4 questions to help ensure that the design meets our intended goals. Do you think that this is a good fit for students in Caroline County? What resources do you need in Caroline for this model to work? What challenge in Caroline would the Academy model help solve, in your opinion? And how will the Academy support the local business community? You have these 4 questions in a document in your packet, and we would love your input from this, if not now, at a later time. Our next steps continue the awareness and engagement campaign with the following 2 weeks. This week, we are having engagement awareness with community parents and students. For instance, we have our Rising Freshman Parent Night tomorrow night we're meeting with, and a number of other communities. And Principal Just has been meeting with students throughout this week. We are also meeting with Ford NGL to determine costs and details of the partnership. Both Hampton City Public Schools and Lexington City Public Schools have partnered with Ford NGL as part of their academy model. We're exploring this model and understanding the costs and details of the possible partnership. Next week, we'll have a presentation to our CCPS school board. So we're hoping to use the information we find through this campaign to provide information to our school board. We'll be attending on the next day, that Tuesday, the Fredericksburg Regional Chamber of Commerce Regional Summit, and Mr. Just and Ms. Young will be attending that. We'll be talking with our rising 10th grade families about this possibility and begin the student scheduling process. Finally, we appreciate your time and engagement tonight. We would like to thank, again, the EDA for allowing Mr. Just and Ms. Young to be part of the Lexington Learning Experience. And now I pause for questions and any thoughts.
Could I ask one question?
Yeah, Mr. Thomas.
Dr. Neighbors, I had a parent call me last week about the academy, and they were excited about the academy. But in this particular case, they were homeschooling their kids. And I didn't see anything addressed in your, presentation. So homeschool students will be allowed to be part of the academy, or is that a different thing altogether?
I'm not sure, and that would be good.
Yeah. Homeschool students would not be a part of the academy. They would actually, based on the way that homeschool works and the parameters of homeschool, they would have to make a decision to come either back to the comprehensive high school, but based on the homeschool boundaries and the perimeters and the policy around it, they would not be able to take advantage of the academy. We could help homeschool families, however, with experiential learning, job placement, and advise and move parents and students in that direction.
I mean, in this particular case, they were talking about something similar to the Tim Tebow law they had in Florida. They were homeschooled but allowed to be part of an academy and part of sporting, teams. But if that's not the case, we'll talk about it later on offline.
Right. Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Thomas, that bill's failed last couple of years.
Yeah.
Good question.
Quick question. What is Ford NGO?
Ford had sponsored some research around career and college readiness, and they have created a curriculum and a partnership and consulting work that helps school districts across the nation implement the academy model. Now that has, it still has the Ford name. It is its own sub nonprofit, I should say, that helps support schools to do this.
Okay. I just didn't see it defined, and I didn't want to assume.
Yeah, great question. Thank you.
Well, I've been to that plant. I worked inside it for a year, and so hopefully y'all had a good experience in that building. It's one of the larger buildings you'll see around. Also, one with the data centers coming in the region, I mean, we're talking about years and years of data center growth from Richmond to Ashburn. I see construction, but that's fairly as broad.
Yeah, what we talked about yesterday in the meeting, and AWS was there, but yes, right away it's going to be the construction. They need electricians, and as we all know, electricians in general are needed. That's aging
There's
out.
more retiring that are entering their workforce.
Exactly, right. So correct. I think Amazon is 2040 is their projection for opening their facilities around in the area. So there is some time. We are 15 years. But what we were talking about is they're sharing curriculum for some of our elementary schools, middle schools, kind of getting kids more excited and interested in the trades and the ones specifically for that. So it's not just for the data centers.
Sure.
So you're right. It's all of the construction around it.
Yeah. I'm just saying that just like Lexington did with the toilet plant, we know that's going to be in the immediate area for the foreseeable future. So, an electrician, I did work for an electrical contractor for about 12 or 13 years. There's more leaving the profession than entering. So, and there's more of a need for them now than ever. So, thank you. Ms. Long?
Yes, at the conference I was at today, they were talking exactly about this, how we need to start preparing because there is such a need and to be prepared to go right into a career. And so I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, well, we're ahead of that because we're already doing ROTC, we're doing MCD, we're doing nursing, we're doing agriculture, we're doing, what else is in here? Carpentry. So is this how else is the program changing? You're adding more things. I mean, you already had culinary services. So you're adding some more to it, but is the format like more a group in a bubble? Are they still going to be going to regular classes? How is it changing other than more topics than what you've been doing?
So a couple key things. One, it creates a community within a community. So if you were in the skilled and technical science, all the students in the skilled and technical science will have the same English teachers. You still have to take 10th grade English, and everyone will still take 10th grade English, but the teacher for 10th grade English for that academy will be the same for those students, or it would be 2 teachers. And so it takes a bigger school, it makes it a little smaller. Around research showing that helps with students' engagement, having them come to school, stay in school. The second part is keeping them on the pathway. We have students that, they want to take culinary and they take culinary and that's great. And then they go over here and they take another course, but they're not completing a pathway or a credential. And so we're helping to put them in a pathway and give them, and they can switch their academy. We're going to have a process in place that you're like, this is not for me. I want to try this academy. I mean, they're still adolescents and we want to provide that option, but we also want them to be able to have that opportunity to complete. And what the students are saying is they're excited because sometimes it's hard to get into the program. I want to maybe take the automotive class, but it's full. Well, these students are in the academy. Once they're in their academy, you're going to be able to be guaranteed to get that elective. And so we see that streamlining a bit and being able to support the students and what their needs are and follow that through until their senior year. So when they graduate, everyone walks across the stage with a plan.
You'll be able to offer more things by keeping the staff in each group down and more concise organized. So you'll be able to offer more of these.
Somewhat, and we're also just making sure that we have the courses that align to 3 years. So for instance, we had Teachers for Tomorrow. Well, we knew that that's a 2-year program and we wanted to make it more robust. So we added to our program of studies an early child development course so that the student can really have 3 years in a pathway in order to really prepare them for whatever they do then after high school.
And they get a credential there as well. They take those 3 years, they come out with something in their hand that's a credential for that. And one example of that is our MC Dean program, because those, when we started that a few years back, those students now, we have about 8 of our students that are employed with MC Dean right now. And now MC Dean is paying for them to get their, further education. But what this is this would be kind of that MC Dean model for all of the programs that Dr. Neighbors just described. So students will be able to leave us, they could go to college, or they could be employed right away with a credential or a certification.
Mr. Underwood?
Yes, Dr. Neighbors, I see you using the professional learning communities model. What training did you guys do in talking about your teams in professional learning communities within the school? I know you mentioned that in one of your slides about professional PLCs.
Did we talk about PLCs?
You did.
I did, okay.
It's-
Well, we have had a lot of training around PLCs. I just didn't remember that I talked about it.
No, it's in the slide.
Oh, okay, great. We did, for PLCs, we've done, for years, Caroline County has been working with PLCs, but we did a reboot this summer and really to help our teachers think about planning and curriculum work together collaboratively so we can provide the best supports and improve our student outcomes. So we did a reboot of that this summer, over the summer with our lead teachers, and then we've been following up with that monthly when we have our principal and assistant principal roundtables.
So all the teachers have been trained on PLCs and outcomes.
Yeah.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Next question is, you have some outcomes that you're looking for here. I would just ask that you provide us some baselines so we know where you're starting, where you're going, because if you say you're going to increase, I'd like to see the return on investment.
Sure.
Great suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, next up, we have our broadband expansion update with Mr. Sadler.
Good evening, Chairman, members of the board. I'm David Sadler, IT Director for Caroline County and also a proud member of the Broadband Advisory Committee that's working to hopefully help solve a lot of problems. This evening, I'd like to speak just very briefly and bring the board and the community up to speed on the efforts of the committee, the efforts of this board, and where we're at. So back in VADI 2021, that project is now complete, and then we also have VADI 2023. In VADI 2021, it was a collaborative effort between Caroline County, Matthews, Middlesex, Lancaster, and Breezeline. Caroline County's goal was to provide internet availability to 482 homes in the Port Royal and Central Carolina areas. This was completed in March of 2023. Currently, 243 residents in this area are connected to a new internet connection that was not available to them prior to this project. This is a 50% take rate, which is well above the national average. At this time, ACP, the Affordable Connectivity Program, a federal assistance program, still exists, and all households with Caroline County public school students automatically qualify for a $30 a month credit for their broadband internet connections. I will say that this money is nearing the end, and the state is looking at what the next step is, whether it will be replaced with a new program. VADI 2023 was awarded to Caroline in May of 2023. VATI 2023 will help fund 2 projects with the goal of expanding internet availability to all remaining unserved areas of Caroline County. This project is actually 2 separate projects. Caroline East with BreezeLine as the provider, and Caroline West with Verizon as the provider. Both projects officially started on October 23rd, 2023. Caroline East is a 3-year project that must be completed by October 23rd of 2026, and it will serve approximately 3,910 locations that currently do not have internet available to them. Caroline West is an 18-month project that must be completed by April of next year. This project will extend service availability to approximately 854 unserved locations. Caroline East, currently the walkout, they are currently in the walkout and design phase of that project. This project includes the RDOF, the federally funded areas in Sparta and the surrounding areas. The RDOF portion of this project has had final design and engineering complete. Monthly reports are now going to DHCD each month ahead of schedule. And currently we are tracking one area of concern in this project area, and that is railroad crossings. So we've gone out to RFP twice to try to find a provider to construct the railroad crossings. At this time, that delay may cause a change in the order in which that project is installed, but at this time, we don't anticipate that it's going to have to extend the project, but we do continue to monitor that. Caroline West, the provider of Verizon, is currently in design and engineering and fiber installation phase. 95% of that project is designed. 19 of 43 permits have been applied for, have been received from VDOT. 13,372 feet of transport fiber has been placed along Jericho Road, Ladysmith Road, and County Line Church Road. No areas of concern in this project have been identified to DHCD. However, we continue to monitor the delay in permits from VDOT. They continue to be a concern, but that has not been identified to DHCD at this point. 2 monthly reports to DHCD have been completed and submitted ahead of schedule. The next Broadband Advisory Committee meeting will be on January the 29th at 7 p.m. and will be streamed live via YouTube. The Broadband Advisory Committee would like to thank the Caroline County Board of Supervisors and the citizens of Caroline County for their continued and relentless support of these broadband expansion efforts. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Mr. Sadler,
Yes.
how many homes are in Caroline County? Do you know?
I believe it's about half of the homes that are in the county are being served by these projects, roughly.
So that was about almost 5,000 homes.
Yeah, so somewhere in the neighborhood of 10,000.
10,500 was where my head was, because it used to be 10,000, and then we've added some. But just so everybody in the audience knows, we're taking internet to 50% of the homes in the county on a very large, very rural county.
Yeah, the interesting part is if you look at the breakdown, Mr. Forehand, is that the first half of the homes in Caroline are tight and really close.
Correct.
The next half of the houses are the ones that's going to take the work.
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you.
Thomas?
Mr. Sadler, I don't know if you're aware, but there's been some lawsuits from the utility companies about people putting cable on their telephone poles, and I don't expect that to affect us, hopefully.
Not at this time. The majority of the project area in both areas, I'll say in the Caroline West is going to be underground anyway, so that won't affect it. And then what poles Verizon uses in that area will be Verizon poles. So that project in the West doesn't really even impact a lot of REC poles. Now the project in the East will. And there is proposed legislation that would require the utilities to be able to turn around these permits.
Right.
However, it's meeting some pretty stiff resistance from the local utilities and cooperatives. So
I think it was Dominion that filed the lawsuit, if I'm not wrong.
I believe so, but at the same time with that legislation, the local electric cooperatives have come out against that legislation. But because of the delays from those providers, it will affect the timeline.
That's really what I'm saying.
And a lot of people don't realize that, you know, a 6-month delay in a permit means a lot when you only have 3 years to construct, 4,000 homes connections. So we really need, to support, continued support from VDOT. Kyle's worked with us to make sure everything continues to move along there, as well as from REC to make sure that those poles are made ready and the permits are issued for those.
Thank you, that's all.
Mr. Seeley?
Mr. Sadler, do we have a map with sort of a layout of when each, particularly on the east side, of when we'll move forward, or how it's going to move across?
We do not at this point, because that larger project, the 3,910 homes, is about 50% designed out. Once design and engineering is completed, they'll be able to focus on phases of construction at that point. That's hopefully going to finish shortly. Both projects intend to start actual construction by March, and we see that Verizon is already on the move, so they're ahead of their schedule. But construction for this project will begin in March. Now, the phasing on that project will be determined by the railroad crossings. So we have to continue to watch that and try to do whatever we can to get those railroad crossings in place, because it's not the desire of BreezeLine or any other provider to build up and skip the railroad track and go to the other side, because everything on the other side
Will be dead.
Will be dead
until it makes the connection.
So the railroad crossings are going to be key to the east, and hopefully, by the March timeframe, their design and engineering will be 100% complete. The design and engineering is complete for the RDOF area, so that area is already designed out, and there, I think, an overall project design a little over 50%.
Because we did have an issue at the lower end of Sparta Road. They're running fiber, but they've cut multiple phone lines. I know Verizon's been down there, and
That's part of, I talked to the BreezeLine guy, and part of that was, according to them, Miss Utility was
missed it.
mismarked.
Right, that was my understanding, but is that a permanent line? Is that going to connect all those folks?
I'm not sure exactly the area that you're speaking of, but there is some construction, or will be shortly, down 721, and that will be a connection. One thing that we have received assurance from both contractors, Verizon and BreezeLine, unlike the 21 project where we didn't see a lot of connections being offered to the public until construction was completed, and it's just because everything was so compressed that it was finishing right at the end. But as areas are ready to be lit up and turned on, those people will be notified with a door hanger on their door, and so that they can contact sales. One thing that as the broadband committee discusses regularly is, if you're in an area that you know is going to be served by either one of those two contractors, and you call early, you will be frustrated because customer service at any of the large companies have no idea that your address even exists until they receive that notice from construction that you're ready to be served. So we would encourage the continued engagement through the broadband inquiry form on the website. We understand we have some update work that needs to be done to that site, and we're trying to get that done as well. But the engagement from the citizens of Caroline has been extremely encouraging. They remain engaged. They continue to ask questions. They continue to follow the Broadband Advisory Committee.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Underwood?
Yes, you mentioned the map for the east side would be available in March, did you say, by March?
We're hoping, and it may be before that, but once the design and engineering is in place, we'll have a better idea about the phasing of that
And
project.
then you'll put that on the website
Yes,
as well?
yes.
Okay, and any updates as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Just quickly, did you say that there was a map for the west side yet, or there will be on the west side project?
There is not. What they're in the process of doing on the west side, because it is a much smaller project geographically and subscriber-wise, is the construction that you're seeing along Jericho, County Line Church Road, and Ladysmith Road is the main line. That's the feeder line or the backbone per se. Now, people along that will, have it available once it's connected all the way back to the central office right there on 639 or Ladysmith Road. But just also keep in mind that in addition to all of those main feeder lines that are going out, they're in the process of doing a lot of upgrade work at that central office right there on Ladysmith Road. So that has to be completed before the light can go down the fiber.
And just one last question real quickly. So if I live somewhere on some rural Anderson Mill or, Trivet Road or something like that, does Verizon send something out to them saying, hey, we're in the area, we're hooking people up? I mean, how do they, they should obviously, hopefully they pay attention, but do they send something out to asking the individual homeowners if they want to be hooked up?
So it's the same throughout the project. Both contractors will hang door hangers on the doors that have connections available, and then sales will also be in touch with them. So they will be notified. Just keep in mind, when we're discussing phasing for the Caroline West project, that's 14 months to 16 months to completion. So there's not going to be a lot of phasing. It's going to go very fast there.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you. That's good news. I appreciate it. Anyone have any other questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Sadler. Appreciate it. We're moving on to our second quarter budget report. Ms. Morgan.
Good evening, Chairman Black and members of the board. Tonight, I will provide a fiscal year 24 second quarter financial status report for the county. This report is unaudited and is on a modified accrual basis, except for the utility funds, which are on a full accrual basis. I don't have a PowerPoint presentation tonight because we only have expenditures reported in our Keystone information system. However, these expenditures would be shown in the annual comprehensive financial report as such. The summaries provided in the board package show that in total, 22.2% of budgeted expenditures have been spent. Last year at this point, we reported 41.4% had been spent, but it's important to note that none of the school fund expenditures have been reported as they are housed in the Bright system as well. Therefore, they have not been exported yet. Overall, general fund expenditures are at December 31st, 2023 are 36.6% of the estimated budget, or $26,119,798, which is about $1,795,547 more than last year. Of that increase, $401,848 is in the sheriff's offices, $719,981 is in fire and EMS services, and $622,350 are in regional correctional institutions. So it's important to note that those increases are due to the new employees that we have in fire and EMS, and us being fully staffed in the sheriff's office. The remaining variances are across all departments and include increases in salaries and benefits and those items. Until revenues are reconciled in Bright and imported into Keystone, I have no way of supplying the unadjusted change in the general fund balance, as Mr. Gilmer had provided of Brown Edwards during our audit presentation last month. Per documentation supplied at the December school board meeting by CCPS At November 2023, the total revenues were 35.2% of the budget, while the total expenditures were 36.01% of the budget. At the end of November 2023, school revenues exceeded expenditures by $558,383, and in comparison to last year, they were at $541,106. Social services expenditures for the year are down to 45.2% of the budget in comparison to 47% last year. The children's services expenditures are up to 48.5% of the budget in comparison to 34.4% last year. Debt service payments have been made in the amount of $5,431,052, which represents 61.7% of the budget. While this payment only reflects general and school borrowings, I'll add that this year is the first year for our principal payments from that April 2021 borrowing. So our payments are going to be up quite a bit. Operating expenditures for Caroline Utility Fund were 48.5%, up from 40.6% of the budget last year. The Utility Fund debt service payments have been made, equating to 59.7% of the budget. For Don Wastewater Fund, the operating expenditures were 37.4% of the budget, which is just down significantly from last year. In conclusion, while I am unable to quantify the estimated change in the general fund unencumbered fund balance, I can share that with surety, general fund is running at an average of about 40% spent of the estimated budget for each category. Therefore, we are running well below the budget to be spent for the year. Currently, the treasurer has requested for data to be extracted from Bright, and we will at least have July revenues in our system by the end of this month. I do not, however, have an estimate on when August to January will be.
Say that again, please. Say that again, but we will have what month?
July.
23.
Correct.
Thank you.
So the July revenues were reconciled last Friday, and we have our contractor export the data from Bright. She is currently reviewing that. So it is my anticipation that we will have it in the Keystone system by the end of this month. I do not, however, have an estimate on when August to January will be reconciled, closed, and imported. And that concludes my report.
I have a question.
Mr. Thomas.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
As always, Ms. Morgan, outstanding detail.
Thank you.
In the beginning of your presentation, or at least what we have the original budget, and then we have the amended budget.
Yes, sir.
Went from 64 to 71.
Yes, sir.
Would it be appropriate to ask you or Mr. Cully what that increase was for?
At the last meeting, I believe after we got the report from Travis, Mr. Gilmer from Brown Edwards, there was some money that was moved to add to public safety for the Sparta Fire Station, and that was moved from the unencumbered fund balance, as well as some of the money that we had reserved from the water items. We moved that back into the general fund as well.
Okay, so it's not like we all of a sudden
Absolutely.
said, oh, there's $7 million we need to add. And I take it the same was true with the school fund because they added $3 million.
Yes, they had some additional state funds.
Okay. Mr. Cully, may I ask you a question, please? And I know that constitutional officers are basically a separate entity, and you as county administrator have no control over them. But Ms. Morgan just said we are reconciling July 23 from the treasurer's office. I kind of find that unacceptable since this is January of 24 and they're on a totally different system. Have we made any efforts to work with the treasurer to get them from that old system to the new system to make this a little easier?
This is not a system issue.
Okay, to get them to update their records?
Correct. The system issue causes some delay, but the reconciliation issue is a staff related, not a system related. That is like your bank statement comes to you at home and you reconcile your checkbook and your savings account to the bank. And so finance cannot do that. We don't have access to any of those things. So there are receipts taken daily on the money taken in the treasury, whether it comes in by wire from the state, or somebody comes in and pays some taxes, or get a dog tag. All that stuff's handled in the AS400. It's all there, but we don't import that data because there could be discrepancies with things dependent on the bank. And so until they reconcile all those accounts, and it's a vast amount, to the bank, it's not imported, and it wouldn't be even if it was in Keystone, necessarily what we would call closed for the month, until they do their work as far as reconciliation. And that has been an ongoing problem since I've been here. It's just seemed to stretch.
Not to this degree.
Correct, stretched farther. I'm used to, Ms. Morgan's used to having those numbers within a month or two of the month that you're in. So you're always behind in July and August. As you know, we leave the books open and stuff's kind of coming and going. But usually by September, late September, both of those months get closed. In October, September's closed. November, you're usually a month or two behind, but not 2 quarters.
Now I'm 6 months behind.
Yeah, 2 quarters in a month almost.
Do we need well, I guess my point is, do we need to offer assistance to the treasurer's office, more people or consultants, contractors, whatever, to catch up?
We're going to try to put a meeting together. Mr. Black is already trying to put a meeting together to see if we can figure out what the way forward. We have had many meetings.
Well, I know we gave them a contractor last year.
Right, and we've had many meetings as we work through that with a new process.
And a pay raise.
And and an employee. And to impress upon that this couldn't be the status. We needed to move to within a couple of months being closed of where we were. I can't tell you how many times I've gone and we've had meetings, how many times I go down there, where are we, what are we doing? They're just having some issues. We're going to have, Mr. Black's going to be at a meeting to impress upon. I told them many times that we were coming forward with a second quarter report. This is not a shop. But won't be shocked to the treasurer's office.
We hear issues like this because the schools will say they haven't gotten information from the county, but it's not really the county, it's really the treasurer's office.
Anything to do with revenues would be from the treasurer's office. They don't come to finance.
Yeah, we know that's that's different, but what do we do? Well, you and Mr. Black are going to fix this.
We will come with some recommendations of what we think we need to do from a staffing level and where those staff people may need to be.
Okay.
I just let everyone know.
Different question.
Okay. Mr. Seeley.
So if we're 6 months behind, do we know if the revenue and expenditures are even aligned since we haven't reconciled? So
No, we don't. We only know what we spend because that's something we handle. That's in Keystone, the checks we write, the wires, the things that happen, we account for because finance is handling that, payroll, all of those things. We can tell you what we've spent. What I cannot tell you is what we've collected throughout the organization, whether what money's from the state, what's for the schools, all those things that are handled by the treasurer's office. We could run a report out of the AS400, but until they massage all that and get it right to the bank, it could have changes, significant,
is it in the bank?
Changes.
Is it in the bank? When they receive
it's in the
checks, so it's in the bank?
Yeah, it's not being held anywhere. It's in the bank.
Okay.
And then think of it this way. You get a bank statement every month.
I mean, it's like you said, we are writing checks. but we don't know how much the direct deposit went in.
Correct.
That's the real problem.
Mr. Thomas, we're 3 months into next year's budget cycle, and we don't even know how much money
Right.
we spent or brought in last
No, we
year.
know how much we spent.
No, we know, yeah, we know
I
how
can tell you how
much
much
we
we
spent. That's
spent
the check.
through the checks
We
that
don't,
were in
we
your
don't know
packet
if, we don't
tonight.
know if our projections were anywhere close to
On the
what.
revenue side, I
revenue
can't tell you that.
Okay,
I
we've
can't tell
gotta
you the
fix this
taxes collected.
right
I agree. I've been trying for more than a year
I know.
to fix this.
I have asked for a meeting with the schools, because it seems there's this political cartoon in the Gilded Age where everyone's pointing fingers at everyone else. And rather than put blame on everyone, we need to fix this. So I've asked for a meeting with the schools, the treasurer's office, and county finance, Mr. Cully, to see what we can do to solve the issue so we can get all the numbers kind of back on track. Because it is a major issue that we're having. So rather than, let's just see if we can solve the issue. So Mr. Cully, if you could set that up. We had an email that I don't know, I know Ms. Hall sent out an email in regards to it, and we haven't heard back.
I think that we're having some date issues.
Yeah, we're having some date issues, but just let me know on some of those dates on availability, and then hopefully before the next meeting, we'll have had this meeting, our next Board of Supervisors meeting, we'll have this meeting kind of have a path going forward.
I hope so.
Okay, thank you.
It may be a good idea so we're all on the same financial system.
Underwood?
Ms. Morgan, did I hear you say that the sheriff's office was fully staffed? That's why the increase?
I believe they are fully staffed.
They're overstaffed.
Sheriff Mosier, can you address that for me?
We overstaffed them last meeting, didn't we?
I know we agreed to lay him over, but so I want to hear from him.
Yes, sir. We're currently right now one down. As of January 7th, we had one leave. So we're one patrol position down. We're two dispatchers down. But other than that, we're staffed completely.
And your office is fully funded?
Y'all have done a wonderful job.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
But you're supposed to be overstaffed, right, Sheriff? You got two positions.
That's
open.
correct. Yes. I have one of those two positions filled.
Okay.
Because one left, which helps. We have two in the school right now, and everybody else has just finished through training. So it's really working out well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
If the board, I know this is, we'll move on. We've got that. If the board wouldn't mind, what I would like to do is get public comments in first before we do appointments and the consent agenda, and then we can take, after public comment, we can take a break and then come back and do the appointments and the consent, if that's okay with the board. I just don't want people waiting around. If people came for to make a comment, just make it easier from them. So I'm going to go ahead and open the public. Is the board okay with that? So we'll go ahead and open the public comment period. Just remember, this is for anything that's not a public hearing. You have 3 minutes in which to speak. In regards, we don't want any, just keep it obviously, nothing personal, no personal attacks on board members, and no standing ovations for anything anyone says. We'd appreciate that. And outside of that, I will open the public comment period. If anyone would like to come down and speak regarding any issue, please come down. If anyone would like to speak regarding any issue, this is your time. Just state your name and your voting district. I don't need an address.
Good evening, Chairman Black, members of the board. Mary Hodge, Bowling Green District, and I think Mr. Thomas and I have been on the same wavelength tonight. At the town hall last night, one gentleman mentioned biosolids being applied on property next to him, his with disdain, and everyone up front stated almost in unison that this disgusting practice had been mandated by the state and localities have no say in denying its use. Caroline and Virginia counties are threatened of losing local autonomy, and my citizen voice as well, again this year, by the threat of losing our right of refusal in citing solar projects, thanks to Rip Sullivan and Cray Deeds sponsoring House Bill 636 and Senate Bill 567. These proposed bills would give the Virginia SCC the authority to override local governing boards for the siting of utility-scale solar, wind, and energy storage projects. They would strip counties of the right to make decisions about their own unique land, water, and history, and shift power to bureaucrats who are unaccountable to voters. This is what Skylar Zunk of Energy Right and his allies in the solar industry have been pushing for in Richmond, in light of the fact that, for good reason, numerous Virginia counties are denying or restricting solar permitting. I urge the Caroline Board to follow the Virginia Association of Counties recommendation to oppose both of these bills by appealing to our state representatives, which segues me into the main reason why I speak. In 2021 and 22, our county was besieged by the solar industry, which snuck in unbeknownst to the public, and we were presented with 2 major and 5 minor solar special exemption permits. By virtue of much citizen engagement, only 3 of the smallest permits were approved by this board, and it is my prayer that even those never get built. On September 13th, 2022, Urban Grid's 1,700-acre CC solar permit was denied by this board. Subsequently, the solar ordinance was repealed, and solar applications may no longer be accepted by Caroline County, tentatively awaiting the quite restrictive language on farm and forest land by House Bill 206. However, our current planning director has been meeting with one of the solar developers, and I fear he is courting them to return in Caroline, despite the lack of an ordinance. It appears CC Solar has met with county staff attempting to find a loophole to circumvent applying without a solar ordinance, and I do not appreciate this. Our planning director is also giving Urban Grid strategies to engage you supervisors, despite the fact that citizens throughout the county made it very clear we were and still are against this. I am very concerned about the pandering taking place with this company and our staff. CC Solar's application was denied on a 4-1-1 vote.
Ms. Hodge, could you wrap it up, please?
Yes. A Charlotte County supervisor currently faces 30 years in jail for accepting a bribe in exchange for a vote on a solar permit. I would beseech you not to transpire with the solar industry in any manner that may be deemed unethical. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Chairman Black, members of the board, I'm Charles Chillipaw. I live at 451 Cornwall Drive. And
Just no address, just the voting district,
Western Caroline.
Yep.
And I'm also the pastor at Rice Chapel United Methodist Church in the Port Royal district. I come this evening as an individual and as representing as a pastor. Last year, you increased the funding to the Brisbane Center by $10,000 to make it a little more than $13,000. Your support was very much appreciated and well used. Asking that you consider increasing that support again this year in the 2024 budget. The 35 years the Brisbane Center has offered services to individuals and families, including children from our community. At Wrights Chapel, we have worked with the shelter for many years. We appreciate their work with families and in particular with children who are experiencing homelessness. We celebrate with them their successes, former child residents who are now school principals, business leaders in the community, and who serve on their shelter's board of directors. We at Wrights Chapel recognize that homelessness encompasses many different subgroups of people from a variety of backgrounds and circumstances, which can lead to a lack of suitable shelter. Mental health issues, drug abuse, domestic violence, loss of jobs, lack of affordable housing, lack of education, incarceration are just a few of the many reasons why someone may find themselves without a safe place to live. The Brisbane Center has shown much success in helping to lead certain segments of our homeless population towards renewal and towards integration back into the society's mainstream. Recently, however, an ideological shift from many federal, state, and local agencies in how best to solve the issues of homelessness have threatened funding sources to shelters like the Brisbane Center who receive children and provide wraparound services of support. While we at Wrights Chapel support the new model of Housing First as a means to address certain segments of the homeless population, we do not believe that it is the only or the best answer for every situation. A one-size-fits-all approach is not the answer to homelessness. The causes of homelessness are varied and complex, and the solutions must be also. The Brisbane Center serves a unique role in their support of families with children. Nearly 110 of the 260 people who were served last year were families with children. The wraparound services that are provided by the shelter give children and their caregivers the best chance to thrive and succeed in getting back on their feet and becoming a productive participant in society. I encourage you to support their efforts and to support our children by increasing our county's funding in 2024. Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
Good evening, David Cooper with the Reedy Church District. I'm glad to be a long-term resident of this community and also to serve as the Executive Director of the Brisbane Center. The Brisbane Center for 35 years has served our entire region. Over 20,000 people we've provided services for, wraparound services, to engage them back into the community. Our focus is helping those residents become productive citizens, safe, productive citizens back in the community. We do that with wraparound services. I want to go back to what Pastor Tillapal was saying a moment ago. The federal funds that do provide for emergency shelter disallow, at least in our case, they disallow those wraparound services. We call those life skills. So we've opted not to continue taking those funds from the state and from the federal government. So we're reliant on those dollars that you just heard Pastor Tillapal talk about. It's vitally important. These local dollars focused on local needs done by local communities for themselves. That's vitally important. So the funding that we have in this current year, $13,339, we're very grateful for that support. Our budget this year is $1.4 million. As you go and take a look at the budget for next year, our budget is close to $1.7 million. Why is that? We need additional staff to provide the services at the center, to provide the supports that those folks need. It's critical. We need an additional case manager. How do we do what we do? We focus on people's life skills. We focus on where they are, what they're capable of doing, go with their own accountability and their motivation so they can become successfully rehoused in our community. That's how we do that. We do it locally in our center. We provide life skills training. We provide job help training. We actually have a mobility mentoring program that starts with a person there in the shelter, follows them for at least 12 months after they exit the shelter. It's important to know that we serve not just singles. You often see the face of homelessness as a single. We serve both families with children and singles in one large building, 2 separate dorms, one for single male, one for single female, and 8 family units for families with children. So we do focus holistically in the community. So I just want to reemphasize again the vital importance of local support for what we do. And without local support, let me say this, if that funding were to become subsumed under a federal initiative, federal program, we would lose additional support in our communities. So we're very grateful for Caroline County for your support of our work there, our ministry at the center. And it's a long-term endeavor. 35 years we've been in business. We're professionals. We've been doing this for a long time, so have I. So we're grateful for your support. Any questions?
Thank you, we appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would?
Good evening, Kevin Collins, Reedy Church District. Following last night's insightful discussions for the Rappahannock Water Intake Project, I feel compelled to advocate for the residents of Caroline County. It is crucial that we engage in vital conversation about the current trajectory of our community's development, especially in light of pressing water challenges we are confronted with. The Board of Supervisors is currently considering comprehensive plan changes to facilitate large-scale industrial projects and extensive rezonings. My objective here is to express profound concern about these decisions, taking into account the existing water dilemma that hangs over our county. Last night's meeting, there were several unsuspecting residents who just discovered that over 8,600 lots have already been approved and rezoned for the envisioned Carmel Church transit-oriented development. That decision was made by a few members on this current board well over a decade ago. This revelation, combined with other past approved developments like Ladysmith Village, Pendleton, and the recently approved additional 600 homes in Belmont North, it raises legitimate questions about the board's genuine acknowledgement of the water challenges we currently face. Compounding these concerns is the consideration of seven potential data center projects actively being solicited by our economic development and planning departments. Notably, 2 of these projects are for the same landowner who successfully lobbied for the rezoning of Carmel Church for almost 10,000 homes. This prospect is troubling, particularly given our knowledge of water shortage. It's disconcerting to learn that despite being aware of these limitations for years, the county and board are still contemplating projects that could exacerbate our water predicament. While the county's plan to draw surface water from the Rappahannock River is commendable, it is projected to take 7 to 10 years once a permit is issued. Furthermore, county officials have confirmed, due to past planning decisions and rezoning efforts, we currently lack water capacity to support current projects that have already received approval from some members of this board, both past and present. In light of these stark realities, I implore the Board of Supervisors to reconsider any and all comprehensive plan changes and project approvals until a viable solution to the county water shortage is implemented. It is crucial that we prioritize the well-being of our community and ensure sustainable growth that aligns with the resources we have at our disposal. I appreciate your time and attention to this matter, and I trust as responsible stewards of our county, you will make the correct and informed decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak?
Hello, Chairman Black and Supervisors. Jason Tickle with Caroline Habitat for Humanity. And I just wanted to give you guys a real quick update. I got some really good news. Last week, Builders First Source donated a $20,000 lumber package to our Future Builders program, and they have started putting the components together. And by the end of this week, we will announce a ceremonial wall raising that will happen in the next 30 days. And so you'll start to see that house come together there at the school over the next couple months and continue throughout the year. So just want to tell you guys all to be on the lookout for your emails this week, and you guys will get an invite to come out and celebrate this very exciting wall raising. So thank you for your support. It's because of the support that you've given us over the years and helping us achieve that GWRC grant last year that we're able to fully fund this program. The house will be sold at cost to a local veteran. The money will go back and be recycled year after year and allow them to continue this program as long as they want to. So again, I want to thank you for your support and hope to see you all out at the wall raising. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tickle. Is there anyone else who would like to speak regarding any issue?
Hi, Chairman Black and Board of Supervisors. My name is Tina Perry, and I am on the Western Caroline District. I've been a resident for 8 years now. Formerly, I was a resident of Spotsylvania County for 20 years. I just wanted to bring, I've been operating an animal rescue since 2013, both in Caroline County and Spotsylvania County. I am also on the board for the Humane Society of Caroline County. I have a few comments I would like to share regarding Bobby Oryx's recent proposed legislation, also known as Virginia HB 221, Free Roaming Cat Management Plan Regulations. In my opinion, the legislation is heading towards a recommendation for mass euthanasia of feral cat colonies. We need to closely monitor the progress of the VDAC's board. I am bringing this proposed legislation to your attention as you may be asked to implement this model program. There are numerous organizations opposed to the direction of this legislation. The Richmond SPCA, the Fredericksburg SPCA, Alley Cat Allies, Operation Hood, A Tale to be Told Animal Rescue, which is my rescue. And I just wanted to bring it to your attention. There's a lot of questions that need to be answered. Who's going to be doing this trapping? Who's going to be doing the euthanasia? Is it going to be the county? And right now, the laws are cats are free roaming. Who's going to determine which cats are feral and which cats belong to people. How are we going to distinguish that? I know how to distinguish that, but who's going to be doing this? So I have a lot of questions, and what I would like to do is send you all an email with all of these questions so that you have something to go by. Okay? Do you have any questions?
We appreciate it. If you, Ms. Perry, if you wouldn't mind sending email to all of us.
I will.
I will make sure that, or we will just look at it as a board, okay?
Okay. I would like to say one more thing is I have TNR'd numerous cat colonies in Caroline County and Spotsylvania County. There's one in particular that there were over 30 cats there. There are now 3 left.
Is that the one behind Food Lion?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
And Lady Smith, okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on any issue that is not a public hearing? Is there anyone else who would like to speak on any issue that is not a public hearing? I will go ahead and declare the public comments closed. We are going to take a 15-minute recess. So it is now basically 8 o'clock. So we'll be back at around 8:15 for a public hearing, and then we will continue with our agenda. We appreciate it, everyone. All right, yep. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and reconvene the January 23rd, 2024 meeting. We have not done number 2 appointments yet. So at this time, I will take, Mr. Seeley, do you have anyone for the BZA for Bowling Green?
Mr. Chairman, I'm still waiting an answer, so that one will remain unfilled until next meeting.
Mr. Thomas, do you have anyone for the social services?
Yes, I'm going to appoint Ms. Cheryl Alsop to fill the unexpired term of Mrs. Brown.
All right, can I get a motion? So that's a motion?
That's a motion.
Can I get a motion and a second? Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, motion carries. The Community Policy Management Team, how does this normally work? Private provider, what do we need to do here?
Alan needs to explain this because it's kind of different.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we're asking that you, Massine Williams, who was the private provider, which is a slot that the state code requires the CPMT to have, she has moved over to it's called the FAP team, Family Assessment Planning Team, which is more of the day-to-day. They come up with actual service plans and so forth. And so we need a replacement for Massine Williams on the CPMT as the private provider. And the name of Christina Smith, who's the director of the Countryside Daycare in Ladysmith, has been put forward as a recommendation. We would ask that you make that appointment. These folks can be hard to find.
Motion on that?
So moved.
Second.
With motion is second, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Next one, Cyber Security Planning Committee.
Don't forget to repeat who made the motion.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay. Sorry, Ms. Hall, I'm sorry. I haven't been doing that. All right. Cybersecurity Planning Committee.
I think Mr. Seeley and I both wanted to be on that committee.
Yes. So it looks like there is a whole raft of members that need to be appointed. Is that true?
Wrath.
Oh.
Well, if you look at the list.
Plethora.
Yeah.
Can I just get a list of names and so that way we can?
Yeah, so do you want me to make a motion that just go down through here?
Just say the ones in the packet.
Okay. I would move that we nominate Jeff Seeley and Floyd Thomas as the members for the, wait a minute, now I'm mixed up. For the cybersecurity, thank you, board, and that we nominate Mr. Cully as the designee. We need a chief for that board, and it seems to me David Sadler would be the appropriate person for that.
Excuse me, Mrs. Long. I think if you could just make the motion to appoint
just do the slate as we have it recommended
as
here?
presented.
Oh, that would be so much easier. Thank you. I move that the nominations be approved as presented in our board package.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
I made the motion. The motion was made by Mrs. Long and it was seconded by Mr. Seeley.
Yes.
Okay. Transportation, I had one. I'm double checking. She may have, we've been texting back and forth. She may have some issues. So I'm going to hold off on the Transportation Committee for now. So that's our appointments. Can we go on to the consent agenda? Anyone have anything from the consent agenda that they would like to be pulled?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion and a second for the consent agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
The motion was made by
Me.
Mr. Seeley and seconded by
Mr. Thomas.
Mr. Thomas, yes. Okay. Yep, I'm sorry. He's going to keep on reminding me. All right, we are next to our public hearing. We've done public comments. We are next to the public hearing section of our agenda. SPX 9, 2023, I think Mr. Pennington was going to take this. Is this yours?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission.
Your public hearing tonight is SPX 09-2023 for the Beasley Family Subdivision. Dana and Myra Beasley owner, Jason Beasley applicant. The subject property, tax map 57-A-23C, is located within the Bowling Green Boating District. Sorry, wrong side. Bowling Green Boating District on Beasley Lane. The property is located approximately 1/2 mile east of the intersection with Route 301. Surrounding properties range from 1 acre to 6 acres with 2 larger parcels greater than 30 acres to the north. The applicant is requesting approval of a special exception permit to create a family subdivision that is less than the required acreage pursuant to Article 4, Section 5.25 of the Caroline County Zoning Ordinance. Caroline County Zoning Ordinance allows for family subdivisions in the Rural Preservation Zoning District for the housing needs of family members. The ordinance requires that the minimum lot size for a family subdivision is 2 acres. Article 4, Section 5.25 of the ordinance allows for a special exception permit request for a family subdivision that does not meet the required acreage. The applicant has provided a plat of the property to be subdivided showing the proposed 1.27 acre and proposed 1.17 acre residual parcel. The plat depicts the proposed house location, a drain field and 100% reserve drain field that has been certified by the Virginia Department of Health, and the existing gravel driveway that will be utilized for access to the new parcel. The plat meets all other ordinance requirements for a family subdivision with a special exception permit. The applicant has provided a narrative stating the reason for this request is for Mr. and Mrs. Beasley's son to help provide care for them as they age.
You're right.
The comprehensive plan shows this area as rural preservation. This use is consistent with the standards for a special exception in the RP zoning district. The Planning Commission held a public hearing at the November 15th meeting and unanimously voted to forward the request to the Board of Supervisors with a recommendation of approval. The board deems it appropriate to grant this special exception. Staff offers the following suggested conditions. Number 1, the 2-wit be recorded in the clerk of the Circuit Court of Caroline County within 30 days of receipt. The new lot shown as Lot 1 on the GDP shall not be sold outside of the family name for 5 years. And 3, no new access points shall be created onto the state road. This concludes my presentation. The applicant is available for any questions, and I'm happy to answer any questions as well.
Does anyone have any questions before I open the public hearing? Okay, anyone have any questions from the board? All right, I'm going to go ahead and open SPX 09-2023. Is there anyone who would like to speak regarding this matter? Is there anyone who would like to speak regarding this matter? Does the applicant want to speak at all, or good? Good evening.
Good evening. How you doing?
Doing well, you?
Good. Spoke to Silly earlier. Just to give you guys what's going on. My parents are getting up in age. Just trying to build a house behind them to take care of them. Been here my whole life. Went to middle school at this school, so we've got roots here. I do have a house in Ladysmith that my kids are probably going to take over if that's the plan. So. This would help us be able to take care of my parents.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Is there anyone else who would like to speak regarding this matter? Hearing no one else wants to speak, I will close the public hearing. Board, how do we want to, any questions or?
One quick question.
I had a question.
I'm all for this. I'm sorry the applicant walked back, but you are aware of the 5-year requirement, and I know you're taking care of your parents, and I hope they're here for 5 years and more. You won't be able to sell it or do anything within that 5 years. You understand that? Okay. That's all I had. Thank you.
I was going to say, I met with Jason and his wife at the property back earlier this summer and looked at the whole situation, and there is no reason to not approve. I know the parents well, and I'd like to make a motion to approve special exception 09-2023.
I'll second it, but I believe Mr. Ford.
I didn't know yet. I'm sorry.
Who can answer a couple technical questions?
Yes, sir.
I'm looking at the survey.
Yes.
Might want to look at it.
Mm-hmm.
Is this showing the rear lot access on the road being 13.85 feet wide.
So the parcel, excuse me. Yes, the parcel depicted as lot 1 would be 13.85 feet wide at the road. However, it bisects the driveway, and so the driveway is partially on the existing lot and will be partially on the newly created lot, and they will share that driveway.
Is there an easement for that rear lot?
They would not need an easement with the property line bisecting the driveway.
You won't get a bank to lend you a dime on a 13-foot right-of-way.
There's no required road frontage for a family subdivision.
There is for a lender. And application says 2.56, but 1.17 and 1.27 do not add up to that. Where's our math? We're under 2.5 acres.
That is correct. It appears to be off around 0.15 acres, approximately.
I struggle with the configuration more than anything else. The concept I'm all right with. A 1 acre lot I'm all right with, but the way this is configured is tough.
I understand. Our zoning ordinance doesn't require any road frontage for any family subdivision parcels or minor subdivision parcels as it stands right now.
Well, I think that's a room for improvement then.
Understand. We will look at that.
It's like, again, this access, I've never heard of anybody. I mean, I've had people that have, the lenders that have balked at 30 foot, and we're at 13. Good luck. That's all I'll say.
Mr. Pennington, the green part in the photo we're looking at is their drain field?
That is correct.
Okay. Call the question, Mr. Black?
Yes.
The motion was made by Mr. Seeley, seconded by me.
You made the motion, right?
Yes.
Okay, we had a motion, I'm sorry. I didn't even know the motion was out there. We had a motion by Mr. Seeley, second by Mr. Thomas to approve this. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
So I'll go ahead and go roll call. Mr. Forehand?
Nay.
Mr. Thomas? Aye. I vote aye. Mrs. Long? Aye. Mr. Seeley?
Aye.
And Mr. Underwood? Aye. Motion carries 5-1. All right, we are going to continue with unfinished business, the continued first reading of the development standards of rural resorts. So,
do we have to?
Can we finally get this out of the way tonight?
I'm gonna make a motion that we not do this and never hear from it again.
I'll second that.
Call the question, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, well,
That was a long time.
Okay, 6 months? Well, 3 years and 11 months.
I'll second that.
all right, so we have a motion to table this indefinitely. Is that what we're?
Seriously, I don't think we need to hear about this for another year, at least.
Okay.
Why?
So we have a motion, a discussion on the motion, I guess, because we have a motion and a second.
Well, let me ask planning one question if we do that. If somebody came in today, how would it read?
It would read exactly as it is in the ordinance today. So it would read that the minimum lot size would be 200 acres.
Okay. So yep, I agree. We don't need to hear from this again. That was my only concern.
Well, I know you've got an applicant trying to do this, but that shouldn't necessarily make us change it.
That is correct. And actually, that applicant is going to change what they were going to do. So you all not hearing this has no bearing or no negative implications for that applicant.
Well, that's good. I'm really glad to hear that. But the rural resort thing, I just have a problem with myself, and I think we've had problems before. So that's why I made my motion, just so no reflection on the applicant, you, or anybody else.
So we have a motion to table this, I guess, at least for a year. And then we have a second, and the motion was made by Mr. Thomas. The second was by Mr. Seeley. All those in favor of tabling this thing for a year, say aye. 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 Any opposed? All right, we'll go roll call. Mr. Forehand? Aye. Mr. Thomas?
Aye.
Mrs. Long? Aye. Mr. Seeley?
Aye.
Mr. Underwood? And I vote aye as well. The motion carries 5-1. All right, we are now to agenda item number 6, I'm sorry, which is the Parks and Rec softball. We have that, I think Mr. Donnell is going to take that.
Howard.
I'm sorry, Mr. Howard. Sorry, I'm tired. I'm sorry, Mr. Howard.
I guess it is a good thing I sat next to you.
Yeah.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Board of Supervisor members. It's good to be before you on this evening. I've come tonight because I have been approached by some citizens in regards to Parks and Rec moving towards offering youth baseball and softball. I would say to you that as I was approached, I directed the citizens to our Recreation Advisory Committee. They came forward and presented some of their concerns along the way. And if I'm not mistaken, some of the citizens came forward and presented a public comment at times before you all.
I think it's just one citizen, no S in the end.
Yeah, okay. And I would tell you that after I looked at the requests and concerns, I've come before you tonight that after I did research and what it might take to run Little League baseball and softball with Carolina Parks and Recreation, I realized that the biggest concern would be definitely when we were going to run the program and how it's going to flow with our youth soccer program, which also runs in the spring and so forth. After examining the program, I realized that it was possible that we could do the program if the necessary equipment and everything was provided. I do believe that it would definitely be a challenge at the beginning, but as I experienced before, and some of you all might be aware, when the youth football program came into the county, we were able to keep that for about 20 plus years along the way. And it did pay great dividend to those who participated in the program. And so tonight, I want to say to you, after I looked at that and contacted various localities within this area, Spotsylvania currently offers baseball through their department, but they also have their Little League organization as well. The city of Fredericksburg no longer runs youth baseball and softball through their department because they referred it over to the Little League program. And others around does not offer Little League baseball and softball opportunities for kids. With all that being said, I would say that the initial cost for such program coming about in Caroline County with the purchasing of equipment and uniforms and umpires and all that, those things, it's going to be somewhere around $18,000 to do just that, for that to take place. And that is seemingly assuming that we would get at least 120 players from the beginning. If those numbers increase, of course, the cost for the program would increase because we have to get all the equipment and everything else for those teams and players along the way. As far as facilities, we would definitely use the park and possibly seek opportunity to use in the public schools if necessary. But I do have a plan as far as trying to run the programs and try to utilize the park as much as possible to make sure that we can effectively run the program. And also, I know we are talking about some development, park development, and I know that down to the Low Massey park. There's possibility of also using the facility down there as well to conduct the baseball program, and we still have the field over at the Lotus Academy if we desire and get the support of the schools to come in there and use it as well. So that's what we are right now. And so I would say to you tonight, those challenges that we have, it's not something unusual. We have to go through that with our other youth sports programs. I think my department is capable of running the program if the board consents for that to take place. I truly believe we could be effective at doing so. And at the same time, I believe that Caroline County's youth would definitely benefit from doing that. So.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Do we have any questions?
Sure, I do.
Mrs. Long?
This reminds me back when we were in football, right?
Oh, yes.
Back in time.
Yeah.
Thank you for looking at this. I personally had 2 parents call who were not happy about the other children's softball, baseball, t-ball group that was going on. And I don't know, I didn't get into what their issues were, but they had asked also about this. So I was glad it came up. And I think it's a great thing for us to add to our sports agenda. I do have 2 questions. One for t-ball, it's been a long time.
Yeah.
You know, mine are in their 30s now.
Yeah.
6 to 7-year-olds sounds like older than they normally start. Is that the average time
It's
we
right.
start t-ball?
T-ball is normally anywhere, it could be from 4 to 6 or 7, somewhere around there. 7 is normally, there's some leagues will offer options. The 7s can go up if they choose to play in another level and so forth. So, but what I was proposing is just to offer for 6 to 7.
Okay. I figured there was a reason you chose it, but I just was wondering about that. And the other thing is 9 weeks of practice instead of 8, and this is from a parent time, because always near the end of the season, I was wondering how many more weeks did I have to drive them to ball games. So I was just wondering how you came up with the number.
The 9 weeks, that's in preparation, starting with the actual preseason practicing and so forth up to that. And then you factor in your game time too. So all that is encompassed between the actual startup practicing and going to the completion of the season, which is not out of the ordinary with our youth programs. Our soccer go through it, our basketball season goes through it. So it's really not outside the norm.
Great. Well, I think it would be a great thing for us to move forward with.
Mr. Underwood, do you have any questions? Mr. Seeley? Mrs. Long? Oh, you, Mr. Thomas? Mr. Forehand?
Any idea on, I know, as I see here, 120 assumed.
Yes.
I don't know, I guess I'm just struggling. I mean, the Little League service is about 320 kids, boys and girls at all their age groups. And we're looking at inevitably taking some. There's some that I guess weren't happy with their experience there.
Mr. Forehand, can you just speak up?
Obviously somebody or some folks had a bad experience with that program, but I don't know, I struggle with spending $18,000 but I guess we wouldn't spend it unless you had 120 kids.
Correct. That's correct. And on the other hand, it could be more if there were more interest in it.
Mr. Howard, well, Mr. Forehand, do you mind if I ask a question?
What's that?
Are you done or?
No, go ahead.
How many, like, if you look at the surrounding jurisdictions, like take Spotsy or Hanover, or just King George, how many have both a Little League and a Parks and Rec?
In
Because
there,
I think Spotsylvania has like Parks and Rec, really.
Parks and Spotsylvania does have a Little League baseball, softball program.
They have Little League and Parks and Rec?
That's correct. Fredericksburg gave up their youth baseball, softball league. They gave theirs up, so it was.
So City of Fredericksburg does both, or just?
City of Fredericksburg only, the Parks and Rec has given theirs up.
Okay, so it's just Little League in the City of Fredericksburg?
That's correct.
What about something like Stafford, do you know?
Stafford has given theirs up as well.
They've given up their Parks and Rec?
Yes. And most of those larger municipalities, they pretty much hand it over to private organizations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Can I ask one question?
Go for it.
So you'll do sign up before we buy equipment? Is that the thought process? You'd go through sign up and then we'd buy equipment?
That is correct.
So if you only had 60 kids or 70 kids sign up, then it would be at a situation of what do we do? Because that's, I've heard from other parents that the Parks and Rec programs in a lot of other localities actually got merged into the Little League program. And I'm just looking at the cost of a Little League program is just, we're talking, I've heard $500, $600, $700, $800 a child, which is a lot.
No.
So I understand.
That's not what this Little League.
Yeah, and they have assistance for those who can't afford it too. I guess, just go for Mr. Thomas.
Well, two. The current Little League, I believe, starts in April, and they run most of the summer.
I would say yes. Yes.
How would this program run in terms of time frame? In your projection right now.
I had some dates that.
Or do you want to do it like the NFL and the XFL? You have spring and then fall.
I have before me. I anticipated running registrations for two of those leagues. It's T-ball and softball for girls 8 to 10, T-ball for 6 to 7. Going for registration being March 11th through April the 12th, which I know Little League registration is before that.
Okay.
Okay. After that, then we will come back with the other groups, which their registration would be going on from April the 12th through May the 10th, while the others are just getting going and while my soccer is going on. So which running the programs during those dates would enable my soccer players to also, if they choose to participate in baseball as well.
Okay. So you'd still be running almost concurrently with the Little League because they're running at the same time.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Except they would do their registrations before me.
Right. You know what they are.
Yeah.
All right. The last question is you got a $45 registration fee.
That's correct.
How many kids, I'm not trying to do the math right now, but how many kids do you think we would break even with? If you got 200 kids, that's $9,000. So that would pay for almost half of it, but you wouldn't need as much, right?
You mean as far as wouldn't need as much equipment?
In terms of, in terms of equipment.
If we less players, less teams we have, which means the less purchasing.
Less equipment to purchase.
That's correct. And as well as the uniforms and all that, so.
But you're looking at 120 kids.
That's correct.
So if we only got 100,
it'd be less.
$4,500, $4,500, and it would cost the county $14,000 for this program.
That's correct.
Okay. To me, it's a investment in our youth, and baseball was my first love, so I'm a little partial to baseball. But can we get enough kids to make it work? I'm all for trying it. The big thing is, can we get enough kids to make it work?
Yeah.
Mr. Underwood?
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think this is the first, we've kind of talked about it, and I think we need to do a little more research before we jump into it. I think you can do a questionnaire and send it out on a survey on website if there's program in Caroline for Little League and, or T-ball from 6th to 7th, would you have a child to participate? I think we need more information. I would hate to start something and then it not go well and then we stop. I'd rather we do the research first, but you're saying April. I don't think that's enough time between now and April to get everything that you need in terms of schedules and where you're going to play and how's the rotation going to be and how's it going to look on this side or that side, how far kids are going to have to travel, what times. And I think we need to do a little more planning before we try to implement. That's my suggestion. I think it's a good idea. You know, the whole saying, right intention, wrong dimension. Good idea. I think it can work, but I think we need to put our efforts in the planning stage so that we don't hit issues later.
I know this is a extreme rarity, but I kind of agree with Mr. Underwood.
That is a rarity.
That is an extreme rarity. That's almost like the eclipse. So anyway.
Can I make?
Yep. I just, go for it.
I don't want to cut you off. I see good things in both comments. I will say, just remind that we had two parents come and express unstated concerns about the not having a choice. And so we need to consider that. One of the things may have been price. I think it was like $75 to sign a child up and then buy their equipment on top of it. And they had to get the ball, the bat, and all that. We would be providing that. So it may open up a couple of doors for some children that couldn't do the other. But I think the idea of getting information from parents is good. Could we send like a survey or a questionnaire home on the buses with the kids to see if you got a response and then you bring it back to us? Would that be a way to get the information and still maybe be able to make a timeline? I mean, if it's 50 kids that the parents want to put in Park and Recs because they feel comfortable with you and your staff, that's 50 kids we expose to a sport that most of you gentlemen are real fond of. I find it sort of boring, but you like it. So it gets the kids out and away from the TV and their Kindles, and I'm all for that. So that would just be a suggestion, maybe to meet midway.
Can I make a suggestion?
Maybe a Survey Monkey, if you can use that to put it online, and parents can go right online and take it, and then maybe we could put the physical paper, if the schools allow us to, put it in the schools and let the kids take it home.
Mm-hmm. One other thing that I would maybe like to consider, because I agree with Mr. Forehand too. We have a robust Little League program here, and we have given money to them in the past. I think Little League is run by a board, is it not?
That's correct.
I wouldn't mind seeing, if we're giving Little League money, that we have a place at that table. I don't know if that's possible, but to address some of the concerns of, if we're giving them money, which they've come to us quite often and every year saying we need money for this, we need money for that. Rather than doubling our efforts on something, is there a way that we can have a place at the table on their board saying, hey, look, if you're going to get county money, we have concerns with this. I know one of the issues had been in the past with Little League had been minority participation in Little League and so forth. So, they say they have ways of addressing that, but they've said that before. And so, I would like to see maybe us explore that as well. From a county perspective, Mr. Parton, Mr. McKenzie, I don't know if that's an issue with, I don't know where we, if we're crossing a line there, but is that something the board would be willing to, I mean, if we're giving them county money, you know, which they come to every year, then we should be able to.
They have a large board, and if you want to be on the board, you go to the board formation meeting. They will vote you on the board.
Right.
But with that membership.
Right. What I'm saying is,
responsibilities.
yes, right. But I'm saying as far as, but I mean, since we would be giving them county money, I mean, that would be it's a little bit different than you and I going on the board as a private citizen, as opposed to, you know, the county having a say at the table if we're giving them money.
We're going to be on the Brisbane board as well?
No.
Just to clarify, Mr. Chairman, I don't believe we give them money on an annual basis.
Right.
They come and have made requests for capital projects in the past. Even that's been a while, I think.
Okay.
But, just wanted to clarify that.
Okay.
Can we move ahead with Mr. Underwood's suggestion and do more?
Yep, let's go ahead and
find some more information.
Yep. And then, yes, we may want to talk to Little League as well. Okay. So,
and could I add one thing to that? Because you have the opportunity to address what Mr. Black just said about participation in Little League. We're going to have a ball field down at the Low Massey Park, right?
That's correct.
You could maybe have games there. You could have games at, you know, the county park. If there's someplace in Port Royal, and maybe that's what the issue with all these other things are. But look at everything. I mean, don't just say the county park, because we got more parks.
Right.
Okay.
all right. So we don't need a motion for that. We just need kind of,
just tell them to do that.
Yeah, let's just go ahead and it's just direction from the board. We're not going to take a motion on that, just direction to start moving forward with surveys, what your numbers would be and so forth, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're moving along to the next item on the agenda, which is the vehicles and traffic in the Pendleton subdivision. I guess this is for golf carts. Who is taking this from staff? Yep.
So this is a request to, amend the ordinance to allow vehicle or golf carts to be in Pendleton. The applicant has made the request. In addition to the county code requirements in Chapter 108, VDOT does have some specific requirements that the applicant would have to follow, and the applicant is aware of those. I think the biggest one there is have to lower the speed limit to 25 miles an hour within the project.
So do we need a motion to move to public hearing? Is that what you need?
Question. It's not just that the speed limit has to be lowered to 25, but all the golf carts have to meet a VDOT standard. And I know that's a golfing community, so there are probably golf carts on the road now that are just made for the golf course. Is that been communicated to the folks there, that it's not just any golf cart?
Yeah, this is being brought forth by the developer. This is not being brought by the citizens. So the developer is aware of the requirements for the ability to have a golf cart community.
Tri-court?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So they could have this from their, they could have this from their front entrance as soon as I turn into Pendleton.
Edward Pendleton, yes, and through the community.
All the way back to the golf course or to the houses, wherever I want in that subdivision, which is becoming huge. Okay.
But what Mr. Seeley just said is the golf carts on the road have to meet a VDOT standard. So after I hit my ball out of bounds and I can't drive my golf cart down the street to go look for my ball, I've got to stay on the golf course with the golf carts.
You should stay on the golf course. Yes.
My ball should also, but it doesn't always.
I'm just saying that I'm just making sure that that's
what happened in Bowling Green. That's what happens at.
Yep, it happens all over the places that they see golf cart signs and they buy a golf cart and.
So what is the?
I'm sure.
How is that enforced, by the way?
How's what?
It's enforced by the sheriff.
Right. But is it actually enforced in Bowling Green?
Well, when there's an accident, then enforcement becomes the issue. And I'm just saying that it's always okay until something happens, that's all. And see, therein lies
There are violators of the Bowling Green ordinance.
there are people that ride on roads that they're not supposed to. I mean, they're on the 35-mile-an-hour roads and crossing them, they're not supposed to.
Yeah.
We have that frequently.
So what do we want to do?
So this is just a first reading, so this is not an adoption of the ordinance. This is
Right,
just
no, I'm saying, what do we want to do as far as, do we want to move this forward, or what do we want to? I'll take a motion to go to public hearing. Yep, I'll take a motion.
So moved.
We got a motion by Mrs. Long.
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Forehand to move ahead to a public hearing on this. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, did we get a resolution from their HOA seeking this?
I don't think we have anything. That's why my question was.
HOA is pretty much, I would imagine the HOA is pretty much the developer unless they have, but.
That's typically what we ask for.
Right.
The HOA is basically controlled by the developer, but it is citizens, members of the community on the HOA board. So that's, they just maintain control. That probably will switch when a majority of the lots are developed
exactly.
versus right now.
But it's developer controlled right now. And that wouldn't be a bad thing. Do you mind asking them for a letter of support? Well, I mean, yes.
Still.
Or the HOA, I mean, the quasi.
Right.
When somebody with a.
Right.
You know, 3
At least
kids
a legal
in their golf
document.
cart gets run
Yes.
over. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. We will move on to agenda item number 8, increase the Caroline County Library hours.
Excellent. All right. Good evening, members of the board. Mr. Chairman, I was asked to look at expanding hours first at the Dawn Branch based on some constituent concerns. And then just looking at it, it became a let's look at everybody kind of thing. So just for your information, this is our pre-pandemic hours versus our current hours that the library is open. The main differences are some evening hours and the Saturdays, but we are still open. The majority of the hours that we were before, it's like 153, excuse me, to 199. So we're still open the majority of hours we were open before. And we are in compliance with the state aid requirements set by the Library of Virginia. So there are 2 main factors as to why we have not gone back already to our pre-pandemic hours. The first one is patron visits. So we are still below 50% of where we were in the 2018-2019 fiscal year as far as patron visits. We're finding that this is largely due to a lot of people went to electronic usage. So our databases, our ebooks, this year our electronic circulation is actually larger than our physical circulation. This is the first time we've had that in our history. And the hotspots have also been a big factor because patrons who previously came to the library maybe 2 or 3 times a week to use the computer lab are now checking out hotspots and only come in once every 3 weeks. So, and the second factor why we have not expanded our hours is staffing levels. So this is full-time equivalent, so basically 40 working hours. So you could have 2 20-hour part-timers, and that equals 1 full-time equivalent. So looking at some of the local surrounding libraries, we are second to last, basically, as far as having FTEs in per branch. So we are less than 3 per branch. The only one smaller than us is Middlesex, and they only have 2 branches. So this has led to problems with staff working by themselves. Pre-pandemic, I did it many times where I'd work a Saturday by myself at a branch. Not only is this not safe, it's not bad working conditions because then the staff feel like they can't be away from the desk for more than a minute or two at a time. So they can't take lunch, that kind of thing. So we came up with some options to expand hours. The first option is returning to our pre-pandemic hours. So we'd be right back where we were. Unfortunately, because of the staffing issues, we would recommend adding at least 2 part-time positions at each of the Bowling Green, Dawn, and Ladysmith branches. So that would be 6 part-timers. And that total cost would be $88,920. Excuse me. So option 2, a little bit more fiscally responsible, is adding evening and Saturday hours to most of the branches. So we would add 2 evening hours at the Dawn branch. Basically, they'd be closing at 6 Monday and Wednesday instead of at 5. And then adding a single Saturday to Bowling Green, Dawn, and Ladysmith, which would bring Ladysmith up to 2 Saturdays a month. So that would cover 4 out of 5 or 4 out of 4 Saturdays per month. To do that, we would recommend adding at least 1 part-time position at each of those 3 branches. And so that total cost would be $44,460, yes. All right. And then finally, option 3 is adding just the evening hours at the Dawn branch. So again, closing at 6 p.m. Mondays and Wednesdays at the Dawn branch. We've done some door counts already at the Bowling Green and Ladysmith libraries. The 5 to 6 hour is when we see the most patrons coming in during the evening. Unfortunately, we had quite a few days where, like Bowling Green, the nights that were open until 8, we didn't see anybody from that 7 to 8. So we feel like the 5 to 6 hours probably our best bet for the Dawn branch. This would require no additional staff, and it would only be $2,964 to implement. So this is just a summary of everything that I have gone over. We recommend starting at least with option 3. Unfortunately, our library system does not do a very good job of tracking hourly usage of the library. So we were thinking in order to maybe add more hours down the road, it might be more economical to say open later in the day, opening 12 to 8 instead of 9 to 8 to try and shift schedules so that we wouldn't have to add as many staff members. But we don't want to create more problems. Say if we have, like at Dawn, if more people are coming in from 9 to 12, and then we just suddenly say, okay, well, we're going to move that to, we're not opening until 12 to 8, then we have created more issues for our patrons than we had before. So, and that's all I've got for y'all. So it's up to you guys. Sure.
That's a great presentation.
I try, you know.
It really is great.
It would not have add any additional Saturdays to the Dawn branch. It would just be opening in the evenings, Mondays and Wednesdays until 6. So we're hoping to catch some of the commuters, people who maybe can't get to the library before 5 those days. If you were looking for Saturdays, that would be option 2. And that would have at least 1 branch open for Saturdays out of the month.
Go back to option 1.
Yes, sir. So that is going back to the pre-pandemic hours, being open until 8. Like at the Dawn branch, it would be 2 days a week. Most of the other branches, it would be 4 days a week, plus every Saturday.
I don't see anything wrong with that. I mean, $88,000 to me is not a lot of money when you're investing in the total county. You know, and that would give people an opportunity, particularly our students, to come in on Saturday. I just think maybe it should be 10 o'clock rather than open up at 9, but I think that would be the only thing I would But I think we have to give people an opportunity. I mean, like I said, you talk about pre-pandemic versus now, and people are getting back out. There are a lot more electronics in use because people have caught up to the electronic age, but there are some people who still need the services of the library. And with the way the internet is coming, like it's going to be still slow getting to some areas, particularly in the Reedy Church area, I know, and Dawn. So I think that would serve.
I will say that the libraries do have outdoor Wi-Fi that's on until 10 or 11 o'clock at night. So I will say too that Saturdays were our most underutilized days. Even pre-pandemic, the Dawn Library was only averaging like 9 people a Saturday. So.
Anyone have any thoughts?
I do have one or two thoughts. One is, I think it would be easier for citizens to remember if we sort of maybe picked one day a week where all the libraries were closed. It would allow for maintenance and cleaning and that type of thing, and maybe move that time down to Saturdays, because I would think weekends, like for high school students who want to get together and work on a project in one of the rooms, or even for family events or films, that Saturdays would be a more open time for people to possibly get there, and maybe having some one or 2 days a week where you open later and people who work until 5 can get there. But I think having everybody sort of close to at least the same schedule will make it people easier to get to wherever they, whoever is open or wherever they live at, they know one schedule that they can get to. But the basic thing is we don't have the information. We don't have a schedule of who's come in at what times. We don't have any background type of thing from pre-pandemic.
No, like I said, our library system does a great job of telling me daily, weekly, monthly, but it will not tell me hourly. So that we would have to do physical door count. So the staff would be checking it down every time somebody came in during the 9 to 10 o'clock hour, 10 to 11, that kind of thing. So,
which with this lower count than normal, they might be able to do for a week or two.
Yeah. I would recommend probably doing it for longer than that, just to make sure, because winter is very different than, say, summer and that kind of thing. So,
but I do like the idea of having some later hours. I like the idea. What if we closed one day a week and rearranged the whole library schedule so that you're open on Saturday, you've got the right number of people, and you could expand hours because you're going to spread that out over different days? Has anybody thought about that?
We've talked about maybe closing part of the day, so like maybe only being open, say, Friday afternoons and then opening Saturday mornings. But again, because we don't have door counts, we don't have good numbers for that, we had sort of dismissed that as a first option, and then maybe coming back to y'all and saying, hey, this is what we think will work to move hours around. Because with the convenience sites, we closed one day a week because we had to.
That was a budget crunch, so.
We didn't have at one point people, and we were budget issues. So what we did is we said, okay, pick one day. Wednesday seemed to be their slowest day, and then we left everything else the same. Yeah. Could you all look at something like that to see? I mean, it would give you some time to at least accumulate some numbers.
Yeah, for sure.
Even if you did them by hand ticks by hour at the desk. Yeah. Of how many people walk in and at what time, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. I just think let us help you provide a better service.
Yeah. I will say one of the things that we'll have to sort of consider, especially if we go back to the pre-pandemic hours, is it's going to take some time for us to get staffed up. Like right now, I'm down 2 positions, and it's taking us since November, December to fill the position. So we're still in that process. So
So do we want to move ahead with staff recommendation of adding the 2 to Dawn and then have them look at maybe closing a morning or something one day a week? I really would advise not closing during a whole day during a work week, because I know there's a lot of kids and during school and so forth that need that library, and closing a whole day during a week just doesn't seem like a good idea to me. So maybe a half day in the mornings or something like that, or you had 2, you guys can make a call, as Mr. Seeley said, as far as what you think is best, but is the board okay with?
I like option 3 and then bring back more data.
Yes, right. So that's what I was saying, yes.
Decision.
Yes, so is that a motion?
Yes, I'll make a motion that we pursue option 3 and then we seek out additional data for 60 days? Is that enough, or?
I think she needs winter to be over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say probably 6 months, maybe like in July, the beginning of the fiscal year.
Yep.
Can you go to option 3?
Yes, sir. So that would just be adding the 2 evening hours, so 5 to 6 on Mondays and Wednesdays at the Dawn branch.
That does absolutely nothing for folks on Saturday. I mean, I'm really impressed with all the data you put here together. My thought is somehow a compromise with all of these. Kids are in school and we're talking about who uses the library. It's kids, maybe not. But if you had a day where you were open at 12, then you've got 9 to 12, those 3 hours that you could move to Dawn and be open 12 to 3 or whatever on Saturday.
Yeah.
So it's something like that. I mean, I'm all for giving you whatever leeway you need to, knowing that the goal is to be open on Dawn sometime on Saturday and to maintain your present, footprint in all the other branches.
I think that the question is, though, and Mr. Seeley put it, and I can kind of agree with this, is let's get the information. Let's let her gather some data before we do anything as a board. That would be my suggestion.
But I mean, we need to give her the option to try different things to see what'll work.
I could definitely, like I said, come back with that data and sort of compare, say necessarily scrap these, and then just say, okay, here's 12, based on door counts, this is if we move hours, here's if we just close a day during the week, and have those be our options instead.
Yeah, shouldn't need the money. What I'm saying, they were open 3 days.
One thing that I would add is,
Saturday.
to me, it's
Just going back to where
if
you
we
were.
want to add Saturday hours at Dawn, we definitely need to add them at Bowling Green as well.
Yep.
Is the
option.
internet on Saturdays? One Saturday a month is not.
I don't know.
Yeah, if you're open 12 to whatever 6 on Wednesday.
That would be, but the option 2 is gives you more, that's kind of like, would be option 2 gives you one Saturday a month.
But
It adds a second Saturday in Ladysmith.
Yep.
44,000, I mean.
Is the library in Dawn permanent, right?
Yeah.
So can we get a permanent sign?
To get to where we need to be.
We get a temporary sign, we got to.
Right away. Give her leeway to get there.
We don't actually own the land in front of the Dawn Library, so the temporary sign was allowed by the landowner, but I'm pretty sure we were not allowed to put a permanent sign up as part of the.
Good to know.
You could ask them, yeah.
Mhm.
We don't have a right of way?
We have an access easement. Easement, yeah. We have an access easement.
That we can put a sign on, right?
The land was. I don't think you have an issue.
I mean, I've been driving by it for 13 years now, and I always wondered why we have a a half-ass sign for a library. Excuse my language, but that's exactly what it is. But at least we don't know the land. That makes, at least that's the reason. I mean,
We'll ask again and try to get the other half.
Wonderful.
Nancy, you make sure you tell Clay.
All right, so how does the board want to proceed? I need a motion for something. Mr. Forehand, you had made a motion for option number 2, correct?
I've actually made I made a motion for option.
No, 3. Number 3, I'm sorry. No, number 1 was the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm open to an option 2.
Okay. So do you have a motion for option 2, or how do we?
We would need some time, again, because we would need some more staff, we would need a little bit of time to implement that. It's not something we could necessarily turn around by this weekend, so.
Yeah.
Well, I was just going to say, we're going to need a supplemental appropriation to the
Yes, I understand.
library bill.
Yes. So first of all, is Mr. Forehand, is your motion for option 2 or 3?
My initial motion was for option 3. I can withdraw that motion and replace it with something.
I don't think it ever got seconded.
Yeah, so
I'll make a motion that we pursue option 2.
Do I have a second?
Implemented at their
Discretion of the librarian.
Discretion, and they will look for more data as far as moving forward in the future in the next 6 months.
Yeah.
Okay, and we will also need within that motion the appropriation for the money?
Yes.
So can you add the appropriation of the 44,000?
That would include an appropriation of $44,000 to accommodate the staff.
44, it was 44,
460.
yeah, $44,600.
$44,460. Actually, this would make it $45,000 for nice even.
Yep.
Now, 2 is only one Saturday a month.
In the different region, in the different, yes. Can we just start with this, and then this is, I think this is a good compromise. Gives every branch one Saturday a month. If people really want to go, then they can.
Except for Fort Worth.
Yes.
What are the needs of the folks in their community?
So we have to get.
Well,
The hours to Fort Worth. Option 2.
and when you said that, I think there's a different perspective that we're not looking at all. Dawn, and that area where that library is the least served by broadband in the entire county. So maybe that's why more people there are trying to use the library. Maybe we should just put the hours in for Saturday at dawn and give the library director the option of figuring out what's going to happen in the next 6 months. Because nobody's going to the library in a snowstorm. So your numbers won't mean a thing. Not a lot of people are going out there when it's really cold. We're going to get skewed numbers now. Just give her the option of saying, here's a part-time person, 4 hours in dawn. They don't have internet. They got to come to the library to use the internet if they need to. That's really it. That's all we need to do. It solves the real problem. In Port Royal, we just had the VATI 2021. They got internet. Bowling Green's got internet.
Well, not all.
And not all of, but
I mean,
but none of Dawn has it. We can say not all of Bowling Green, not all of Mattapanai.
right.
But none of Dawn has it.
What would it take what would you need to have to do dawn every Saturday?
Just 4 hours.
I would say we would need at least one part-time person down there. There are only 3 staff members, part-time staff members there right now. And so to add, they're sort of limited. Go ahead, sir. 2? 2 people. I need 2 people for the dog. Well, it's true because you need 2 people there on the Saturday. So, yeah.
So 2 part-time people at $15 an hour, or what is the wage?
Right now is $14.25. So.
Okay, math is a lot easier at 15.
Yeah.
So $60 covers one person
one day. 120 covers the two people.
No, 15 times 4, yeah, 60.
Plus 30%.
You challenge me on that?
Yeah, because I know how to number them somewhere.
Because you got FICA.
So-
Just do the 4 hours for Dawn right now while she gets more information.
But how do we tell people in the other areas that have a bigger population, Bowling Green and Ladysmith, that you've got one library that's open every weekend and then you're only open one weekend?
Because they don't have internet down there.
This isn't just about.
How do we tell the people
So the people, what I'm
in
saying.
Sparta that we need to build a bridge on
But
639?
the people, no. Some of the people actually want to use the library. And there's much more population. It's not just about the internet. Not everyone's going to the library for the internet. I know you think that, but it's not, there's other people that are just going to the library to get books or to sit there or do whatever. I'm saying is we average 11 people a day. I guess that's what the numbers say. And Dawn, you have 23 and 45, 23 in Bowling Green and 45 in Ladysmith. How do you tell, I guess, how do you tell people we're going to open Dawn 4 days a week, but we're not going to do that in Ladysmith or the most served areas?
That's why you need to do option one and start talking about $88,000 and open more.
But if the hours aren't what people need, it doesn't help. I personally, I would like information.
Before the pandemic, they were open on Saturdays. Before the pandemic. For whatever reason, the librarian felt the need to have the library open on Saturday until the pandemic. We were providing a service then. Why would we not provide the same service now?
Because there's less of a need.
The need hasn't gone away.
Well, the numbers certainly say it has. The data that we have, Bowling Green has gone from 49 or 50 to.
Because we've conditioned
from
people not
78 to 45.
We've conditioned people not to come to the library on Saturday. The same way people don't go to the convenience site on Wednesday. It's closed. Once it's open, people will have the opportunity to use it.
I mean, I would only throw in there again that even before the pandemic, there was still only 8 or 9 people coming in on a Saturday. So
I just took you back to one person.
yeah, I'm like, if you want me to pay somebody to be there all day for one person, then I'm willing to do that.
Not
but
all day.
well, yeah, but you know,
If you service 5 kids or 10 kids on a Saturday, is it worth it?
yes, sir.
For 120, to me it is.
Yes.
For a taxpaying parent, it is. For a child's education, it is.
This is the same argument the schools make to us, but then we say that they're wrong.
We're not talking about schools.
But it's the same argument they make.
Schools get more money than anybody else in our budget.
It's the same argument they make. Same argument.
You always want to talk about school. We're talking about the citizens who pay the taxes in this county.
So how does the board wish to proceed? I'll take a motion for anything.
Let's go to option 3 and try to see what happens. Then we got one Saturday, we can see what's happening with one Saturday.
Option 3 would not have a Saturday.
I'm sorry, well, okay, well, you need to make a Saturday somehow.
Option 2 has Saturdays. That's, you know.
No, we add a couple more.
We have a hybrid where we would do option 3 and then we add 4 hours on Saturday for one day a month.
Yeah.
That's for option 1?
Option 3.
For one day a month. So basically not adding the Saturday to Bowling Green and the second Saturday to Ladysmith?
No, just one Saturday for Dawn and one Saturday for Bowling.
Okay.
That's crazy. That's crazy to me.
That was option 3, right? Show us 3.
I think we table it until we get information.
Oh, 3 had no Saturdays. You're
3
right.
had no Saturdays, except for the Saturday that Ladysmith's already open. 2 is Saturdays at each of the other branches.
Okay, we're getting confused and it's late.
Yeah.
How about 3 with one Saturday for Bowling Green, Ladysmith, and Dawn?
So that's 2.
That's 2.
That's 2. Unless you don't want to do the second Saturday.
That's what Clay had said.
Yeah.
And then Mr. Forehand said, and then when that got shot down because it was not giving Dawn a Saturday, every Saturday a month.
So one day more.
Second Saturday, Ladysmith, right? It's a lot of use. Anyway.
2 evening hours.
But that's, you had said option two, and that's your motion?
Yeah, I already made an option.
It's got two Saturdays in Ladysmith and one Saturday in Dawn.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
The motion is for option two.
quadruple the.
So how do I tell the people in Dawn that they got one Saturday and the people in Ladysmith got two?
Start using it.
As he said.
Could I ask you, Meg, would it work if we picked one day a week that a particular library was just closed and everybody knew it was closed? You take those hours and you move them down to Saturdays.
It would work, but I would not I wouldn't be able to tell you right now which day a week I would
Right.
close.
We wouldn't expect it.
So let's just go ahead and
Mr.
table.
Chairman.
Let's table this until.
Can we just defer?
Let's table this until, yes.
Information.
Yes.
We'll all get a chance to talk to her, and maybe she can come up with some other ideas. She's heard our disagreements and agreements, and maybe she can work that into a better proposal.
Yep.
Go back and try.
So I make a motion to defer.
Just give all the hours to ladies.
Second.
All right, sounds good. All right.
Don't I already have a motion out there, though?
Yes.
No, I was the second one.
Oh, who is it? Did someone second his?
No.
No, it never was seconded.
No, never was second.
Just add.
So we have a motion to defer. Is anyone to second that?
Second.
All right, motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
The motion was made by Mr. Underwood
Thank y'all.
and it was seconded by
Aye.
Mr. Thomas.
Whatever.
Okay. All right, moving ahead to the creation of the cigarette tax and for the purpose of using for Parks and Rec.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this was, of course, a request made by Mr. Forehand, and but I did want to share with you that the revenue collected from the cigarette tax as of, I think David Watson from the Commissioner's Office gave me the numbers late last week, $746,320. That was, remember, we started March 1st of 23. One thing I will say is that includes the 7 retailers in the town of Bowling Green, which has now adopted a cigarette tax effective 1/1/24. So going forward, you'll have to, that's about 10% of the revenue, so you'll lose roughly $75,000 going forward. But those are the revenue numbers. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Forehand.
Ms. Park.
Understanding that this is a motion for now, but I wouldn't, we're not looking to go back prior to July 1, 2023.
I've just given you a sense of what we've collected.
That was just for,
Yeah,
that was just for
informational
a reference.
purposes.
Okay, all right, perfect.
The 746,000 is from March. So there's actually a quarter in there, but we have half a year still to go, right?
No, you have a couple of months.
Yeah.
To make it a full
To make
year.
it a full year, yeah.
No, what he's talking about, the annual accrual.
Right.
Annual accrual, March 1 would give you what a whole year
The
would
whole
look
year may
like.
be around 700,000, but Bowling Green's going to be taking part of that because of that. We won't get that again unless everywhere else makes up for it. The other thing, we budgeted over 500,000 in the 24 budget in general fund revenue. So it would you're only looking at the delta between that budgeted amount and that as surplus, that you could stick in this fund for 24, or otherwise that revenue technically is balancing against expenditures in the 24 budget. So it was not just revenue that wasn't accounted for in that great of amount.
It's already spoken for.
Correct. I just wanted to.
So it's not another 2 quarters worth of funds. But really, if we just say this couple of months, even though the fiscal years are skewed. All right, so you're saying 700,000 and you budgeted
500,000, I think.
So that would be 200,000 that would go into this fund or whatever?
Yeah, and I would wait for the, I would recommend you wait till the end of the year, June 30th, and we can get the numbers from the commissioner, because they're selling those stickers. It's an easier revenue number than, as we talked earlier, where I don't know what revenues are. Some of the revenues I could figure out because it was a direct sale. And then we would know what we budgeted versus what we collected in revenue, and you could put that in the fund. And then moving forward, if you don't want that money in the 25 budget, you want all of the cigarette tax to go in a special fund, I won't budget it in the general fund. Right. We'll budget it in the special fund, and we'll have to make that revenue up somewhere.
That would be my preference, or we go 75% or 50%, whatever this board decides.
Right.
Yeah.
But I would like, this is a tax on
bad people,
on a small segment of the population that's doing something unhealthy. I would like for the money to go back around.
Yeah. So far this year, 367,000 in this year, in 24.
So which is basically.
Oh, in 23 we made 367,000 of the 700. That was the startup where they bought a boatload of stamps.
That was when they all had to buy stamps. So it's not really,
but I still think if you wait, we don't do really anything. We plan for it during budget. Y'all come up, you want 50%, 75%, you want it all to go in the fund, whatever you decide, we can incorporate in the budget. And then when we balance up true up the end of this year, whatever we exceeded the budget of 24, you can roll that in that special fund.
What, if we waited, what guidance would you want right now?
If you had, if you have some thought as to, do you want 50, 75 or all, or 25?
Well, can't we create the fund right now?
You can.
Give Ms. Morgan another line item on the.
Yeah, we're going to create the fund, but it would be helpful as we plan the budget, which we're in. How much of this revenue do you want to set aside? All of it or some of it? That would be, you don't have to do it tonight, but it would be nice to know next month.
Mr. Cully.
Ms. Long. We will have
Mr. Cully, what are the costs for, I know there were startup costs with doing this, the stamps, that type of thing. Now that we're moving forward, what will our costs staff-wise, that type of thing? Do we have a rough idea? Because we shouldn't be losing money
we're not losing
we got to pay for staff time on this. I would think we'd take 50.
Stamps, that's what she says. How much is stamps? It's not a staff problem. It would just be the cost of the stamps.
Yeah, 50-50.
The actual stamp cost us about 10,000.
All right, I'm hearing from Mr. Cully.
That's what we budgeted, and that's about what
I'm hearing from the board 50-50. Is that okay with you? 50-50?
We're
50-50.
Yeah, we're going to create the fund.
Yes. So
we got to put something in it right now.
Mr. Cully, if we were to try to allocate $100,000 for this current year we're in, and then 50-50 moving forward.
We can handle that.
Would that put you?
That'd be fine. I think we're going to be over to 500,000.
I'll take that motion.
Like I said,
it's a second over there. Second.
50-50 and 100,000.
100,000 now.
Right. But 50-50 moving forward for
because
budget.
we didn't do this 6 months ago, which my fault. I
Hindsight's always 20/20.
Correct.
All right. So it's creating a fund, and you're going to transfer from
Mrs. Monarchy, if she's here for
it's not the general fund, wherever that revenue line.
So I will create a reserve fund balance for recreation and health of $100,000 for this fiscal year. And going forward, we will allocate 50% of the revenue from cigarette taxes to that same fund.
That sounds perfect to me.
Yep.
And I'll
Can I second that? Okay.
Motion made by Mr. Forehand, seconded by Mr. Thomas. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Now to I guess the next item on our agenda is the GWRC. Right here, number 10 was consideration of a resolution requesting the addition of Caroline to Virginia General Assembly Bill 371, House Bill 1197, to move the Caroline County out of the Planning District 16 into Planning District 17. Mr. Cully or Mr. Parton, do you want to start?
Mr. Chairman, this was put on the board's agenda at the request of Mr. Seeley. We've tried to include as much information as we can on this matter. King George has asked for a bill to be removed from PDC 16 and added to PDC 17, which is in the Northern Neck. They do adjoin the counties, one county, Westmoreland, of the Northern Neck counties. We don't, as you know, would adjoin King George if they are allowed to move. So with the General Assembly meeting now, if we're going to be added to this bill, that's probably got to happen sooner rather than later. I know crossover happens in early February. And part of the emphasis of this is last year was one vote away from a transportation district being created for the PDC 16, which have included us. And we've tried to include the language for that transportation district. It'll create basically, I think, 3 new taxes on the citizens of Caroline, with 60% of the money being controlled by the Transportation Authority and 40% coming back to the county for us to have some say over. Obviously, GWRC has a fair amount of services. I think when PDCs were created in the early 70s, late 60s, before my time, believe it or not, we've always been in PDC 16, and we're compact with that. And there are a few shared counties. Hampton Roads PDC has Gloucester, which is also in the Middle Peninsula PDC, and there's 2 or 3 others in the state that are in 2 different PDCs. And there's a process even to move PDCs if you want to go through Department of Housing and Community Development. But this bill would move us immediately. One of the things that Mr. Seeley is very concerned about is this bill will be reintroduced next year, and then we won't be able to move if the bill is reintroduced. I think I'm stating that correctly.
Because they're guaranteeing us to be a transportation authority next year.
Correct.
That's already been stated by 2 members of the House and a Senate member at a GWRC meeting. It's coming next year.
Correct. So that's the impetus of this tonight. It's really one of those things we would, from a staff, would like to have a whole lot more study on it, but there's really no time to study what the effects are. We've tried to outline fire and rescue issues and those type of things that we would have to address as we move to the Northern Neck PDC, which is headquartered in Warsaw.
Okay.
So we've tried to answer any question. We've tried to include as many of the things. We included an extra document that we got from George Washington Regional Commission, PDC 16, yesterday. I kind of ranked it myself as to some of the things that rank in importance on those things, and the multi-jurisdictional things that we serve on with these counties and have historically served on. So it's a tough thing, and I understand losing control to being just placed in an authority that you really don't have any say-so in, and the General Assembly is going to put you in that. I'm not normally a fan of that either, because you are subject to what all the authority may do, and basically handed the bill. However, we would be losing some things that we do currently get from George Washington Regional Commission that may be a lot harder to deal with from the Northern Neck PDC. So I understand all of those things, but it's just a lot to look at. I really don't have a great recommendation. I understand the issue of the Transportation Board. I really do. I don't want to just be thrown in that. And so it's a tough decision, but we don't have a whole lot of time.
If the board would afford me, one of the things, we had a George Washington Regional Commission meeting last night, and King George has made their motion to leave Planning District 16. And that they actually may be reconsidering it from what it sounded like last night, that it may be coming back for a reconsideration, possibly coming back for a reconsideration. One of the things that the George Washington Regional Commission and the director is here is I think that every county, we all agree that every county has to make what makes most sense for them. And we last night, when we were talking about King George leaving, we had made that we didn't want the George Washington Regional Commission saying to King George, hey, we don't want you leaving. That is a King George decision, and King George is going to be ultimately the one who makes that decision. But I do want to kind of, if we go ahead and make some sort of decision like that, I would like the board, because I've served on the George Washington Regional Commission, I think, since I was elected in 2012. And it's a board that I've really enjoyed serving on, because you get to meet the supervisors from jurisdictions that surround us, and you learn a lot about similar things that are going on in counties that are that border us. I really truly believe, I honestly believe that we, I don't feel like as a member of, the Western Caroline District that I have any sort of identity to Westmoreland County or the Northern Neck. I'm not near them. Geographically, I don't have, we have Interstate 95, we have Route 1. The citizens that are in the Western Caroline and along 95 in Caroline, they go north or south. If we were to leave George Washington Regional Commission, I would say we would go to the Richmond area, because that's 95. People are either going north or they're going south. So if this was to say, hey, we need to move to Richmond, I would definitely, I think we need to take a look at this right now anyway. I'm not saying, but what I'm saying is I don't see this as a fit. But one of the things I did want is if the board will allow Mr. Boyles to come down to speak.
Mr. Black, this is a board meeting, and I have some topics that I'd like to cover. I don't have an objection to him coming, but there are some things that I think the rest of the board needs to, because I've served on GWRC on and off since 2008.
Okay, and that's fine. Is the board okay with him speaking about some of the benefits, Mr. Boyles, if we could do just a few minutes? Would that be okay with the board?
Well,
no, he can go. Mr. Boyles is more than welcome to go first. I don't have an issue with that.
but my complaint, or my concern is, here we have a major issue was put on the agenda, I guess, Thursday on the agenda for tonight. And we haven't had any presentation or any communication about this as a board until,
right.
And to make a decision of this magnitude,
no, I agree.
Should not be done.
Right.
Well, there should be, again, research and a plan, a pros and cons presented to us as to what it means for the citizens of the county, and then we come back and say, this makes sense. I'm glad Mr. Boyle is here, but I don't want to just hear from him.
No.
I don't want to just hear from board members. You're on the commission. I want to do my own research, right, and come back with my own questions, and then have a discussion. But I'm not going to sit here for another hour and discuss this one I just got a couple days ago.
Sure.
Makes no sense to me.
Okay. So I'm completely, Mr. Underwood, I'm completely fine with that.
Oh, please don't do it too many times. They agree again. The end is near.
But then the thing of it is we would have to understand that you would not be, we would not have time to get into that bill if that's what if the will of the board was to get in on that bill. You would not have time to do that. So I'm just pointing that out.
It's best to make an educated decision.
Right.
But see, that's the other part is we don't know what we would get being in the Northern Neck. And that's what I said to Mr. Black when we discussed this first is, I'm a small fish in a big pond now. I could be a big fish in a small pond, but I don't even know how much is in that small pond. That's the reality is we don't know what is there by moving. I've always said I thought we had more in touch with Richmond.
Right.
I said that for years, but I don't know what would happen if we went to the Richmond Planning District. And to have to make this decision now is really kind of hard. The only choice I see is we stay where we are because we don't know what's going on.
I would one of the things that we can do is we can, at our board meeting, I think the genesis behind King George leaving was this, the Transportation Authority. Okay, the Regional Transportation Authority that is possibly could be set up. And there's no guarantee that if King George leaves, I guess it probably King George might be safer than we would, but if King George leaves, that the General Assembly couldn't say to us, even though you're no longer in Planning District 16, you're in Planning District 17, you're going to be part of that that Transportation Authority because you're on 95. Yeah, because you're on 95, they could force us in. So just because we would leave Planning District 16 doesn't necessarily mean that we are safe from a Transportation Authority. So what I can do if we're really, really nervous about a Transportation Authority, I can bring to George Washington Regional Commission and say, look, we don't want to, at this time, we don't want to be part of a Regional Transportation Authority. So I can bring. It's
going to be a General Assembly bill, and we had a delegate and a state senator sit there and say, next year, they're putting the bill in. Mr. Boyles was there when they said it. They said it to all of us. And let me point some things out, having been on the commission a couple of times over the years, that doesn't get talked about at this board meeting. Spotsylvania hasn't paid their full dues to George Washington Regional Commission in years. They refuse to pay the full freight. So we have, Stafford has, King George has, Fredericksburg has, but Spotsylvania said, we're not doing it. So we had to listen to that, and nobody forced their hand on that. Mr. Black, is that not true?
That is, Spotsylvania for the longest time did not pay their, are they up to date on the dues, Mr. Boyles? They are. Yeah, they are.
Current year, but for years they have not paid. And it was very frustrating to listen to when we were paying our dues.
That could happen in any other place.
It wouldn't have happened any other place. Let me just say this. Let's look at the tax, 1 cent per real estate for all the localities around us. Spotsylvania County's $1.9 million per penny. Stafford's $2 million per penny. Hanover is $1.9 million per penny. King George is roughly the same as us, 330, 350,000 per penny. Any locality around us that we go south on, 1 cent of real estate, and their real estate bills in general. I wish the commissioner were here. I have talked to the clerk of the court, because what they're after is our recordation tax. And what we're going to contribute, even if they don't take all of it, right now it says right in here that the recordation tax that was assigned to each county to the state goes to the Hampton Roads Transportation Board in its entirety. And we sit, and the money that we're sending to Richmond actually goes to Hampton Roads. These transportation authorities have to hire they have to hire a board, a group of people to work for them, an executive director, an assistant director, and a staff to do the transportation district kinds of things that are going to need to be done by this authority. Here's the interesting fact that I think everybody overlooks. Stafford, Spotsylvania, and Fredericksburg are in the VRE gas tax district. They already have transportation money, but their problem is that Northern Virginia gets to spend 60% of it, and they get some say over 40%, and that's not enough money for transportation. So we're going to create yet another organization with Stafford, Spotsylvania, and Fredericksburg, and it's going to bring us in, and we're going to have to contribute 60% of that money. The other 3 jurisdictions are going to have a say over where it gets spent, and we're going to get 40% that they're going to have some say over. How do we do this and look at the taxpayers, because it's their dollars? How do we look at them and say, we join this regional group, they're going to do road improvements, and then we talked tonight about road improvements with Mr. Bates. And we struggle to come up with money to do those projects, and 40% of whatever we get back isn't going to be enough. If we could cobble together what they're going to take from us, we could do road projects ourselves. If we could get into the record age tax, they want to, I mean, one of the talks was meals tax 1% and transient occupancy 1%. When I talked to different folks about how much money that was, it's not much. So they're going to have to get into us for enough money to help fund a regional transportation. And this is why I put this on the agenda, because if we don't get on, and if we don't, that's fine. But next year, it's not going to be an option. We're going to be in Planning District 16, and I'm on the committee to work with them for what the conditions are going to be. But you've got 3 big jurisdictions that can actually dictate, and they do now, what's going to happen.
Mr. Boyles, can you take like 3 minutes and just explain, if you don't mind, just some of the nuances? And like I said, I agree with Mr. Underwood. We're not making any decision tonight, but I just need to just give me some 3 minutes.
Sure. Thank you, Chip Boyles, Executive Director, GWRC. Thank you all. You kind of covered everything, probably in much more detail than I could. Let me preface by saying that the chair, exactly right. I'm here. We want what's best for Caroline County, just like we want what's best for King George County. I would like to say, hey, we have a 54-year relationship or marriage, therefore we should stay that way. But as we all know, not all of those stay together. So there are times when you should do your due diligence, and those types of things do need to change. I would like to say, though, as I think Mr. Black also referenced, if the Regional Transportation Authority is the biggest issue, moving from one planning district to another does not ensure that you won't be included.
Thank you.
Because as Mr. Seeley said, and I was at the meeting, and it was stated, we'll give you some time to look at this, but we intend to submit a bill the next General Assembly. The previous bill was submitted for a Regional Transportation Authority, and none of us knew about it. None of us had a hand in what it included, the localities. It just said PD 16. The bill, if we don't have a say in it, next year could just as easily say PD 16 plus Orange County, or plus King George County if they're in the northern neck. RTAs are not bound by the planning district boundaries. So I just don't want it to be mistaken that a move would guarantee that you would not be included in a bill. I think that's really, really important. The other thing is that the General Assembly, I won't say this very often, but in their infinite wisdom, many years ago, they put a process in place where a local government can ask the Department of Housing and Community Development to do a due diligence review. They will work with the county, work with the affected PDCs, and do an assessment of, if you want to move, why, what would the services be? It's my understanding that Senator Stewart has, in addition to his Senate bill, has also put in a budget amendment for or a budget request for FY25 and FY26 that would help fund that process for King George. I don't know if that could be done for Caroline as well. With that, just speaking, personally, I would love to keep y'all. I think we've got a really good relationship. We've, at least in my 2+ years, we've worked closely with the board, with the elected officials, with the staff at Caroline. Lots of similarities, lots of good projects. There are other good PDCs out there too, so I'm not knocking them, but every one of us do a different type of job. I don't want to keep us here for an hour either.
Thank you,
It's
Mr.
been
Boyles.
a long time.
Thank you, Mr. Boyles.
And I'll answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. One thing that I would like to say now, because I've been serving on the commission a long time, and I just give you some example. Through George Washington Regional Commission, we have in Ladysmith, we have basically commuter van pools. So that would, if we joined that would go away. The Habitat for Humanity 20 homes that we got, that would not have happened without George Washington Regional Commission.
But every PDC did get the same amount of money.
Every PDC did get the same amount of money, but
Some got one maybe.
Well, but I mean, there was money in every PDC.
Every PDC. So that was a big thing. And then the last one is years ago when we were fighting, when we were fighting or trying to help Port Royal not be taken over by private water, Port Royal didn't have money to fix their water situation. And so there was a private entity lurking, we're talking about water, lurking to take over Port Royal. And it was the George Washington Regional Commission that really stepped up and helped up get the grants that Port Royal needed to get the water tower to keep them a public entity. And when I'm sitting here looking at, customers having to pay $208 a month for water from a private water entity, and the bills in Port Royal would have been very similar. And so I really think that the George Washington Regional Commission has done us more than its fair share, and their staff picks up stuff when our staff can't. And I really enjoy being on it, but I am willing to look at this. I think I agree with Mr. Underwood 100%. I think it's something that I'm not taking any knee-jerk reaction. I think it's something that we need to do our due diligence on before we make any knee-jerk reaction.
I put this on the agenda because there is a bill in, and we are guaranteed next year. So I just want to look everybody in the eye and say that if we get sucked into a transportation authority with the northern portion of our district, we are going to have to pay at some rate equivalent to some ratio that they come up with. And every taxpayer here is going to end up footing that bill. We looked at $88,000 for the library to go to back to our normal hours, and we couldn't come to grips with that. But if we lose $1 million in various and sundry other funds that we either aren't collecting or they're going to force us to collect, it's money that we could have used in other ways here.
As Mr.
This
Boyles,
would have gone by without anybody paying any attention.
As Mr. Boyles had said, though, however, we could leave and go to Planning District 17, and because we're on 95 and Route 1, it's what they're really looking, the major corridors for these RTAs. That's what they're trying to do. They could say, hey, anyone on 95 corridor, you're going to be in that RTA.
Well,
we could be in Planning District 1, 2, 3, 7, 9.
It's not necessarily true that it's 1 in 95. Stafford is looking at 610 and other locations to actually have to be done.
I'd call for a vote to table this until our next meeting.
Well,
so I'd like to make a motion to table.
Table until we have more information.
Yeah, I'd like to put it on the agenda for either the next meeting, which is February 12th, I believe.
Will we have more information at that time? Will there be any new? The bill will be gone by then. So, do we want to go into the?
This is for our own edification.
Yeah. Okay. All right. If staff can get more information on it, I'm fine with that.
You and Mr. Seeley obviously have strong opinions, but that leaves the other 4 voters out. And don't think it's doing any good at this point.
Okay. We have a motion to table until the next meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Well, I have a motion, a second table. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Motion carries. And
oppose.
Well,
I oppose.
Okay. Okay. So we have. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Mr. Forehand. Aye. Mr. Thomas.
Aye.
I vote aye.
Aye. Nay.
And Mr. Underwood.
Aye.
All right, motion carries 5-1. All right, next on the agenda is we are to, number 11 was mine. And this isn't really a big deal. I just brought it it was discussion of allocating funds for Board of Supervisors members for constituent meetings, communication. So one of the issues that I think we've had, and I get from my constituents sometimes, I didn't know. I didn't know that there was a meeting. I didn't know about this. I didn't know. And so my thought process behind this was if there was a way that we could, when, like, if Mr. Underwood or Mr. Mr. Forehand or anyone was having a constituent meeting, then they could ask the county to put out postcards announcing your constituent meeting. So that was the only, something besides just a, something on the internet so that people could get it, information.
I've been mailing my own cards for years, and I mail 500 and I pay for them. I print them and postage my own, so.
Yeah, I'd like staff to get an idea on ways to do it and prices, because I'm thinking we could also put paper flyers in post offices.
Yeah, it was just an idea. I don't have any details on it yet. I just thought something that I wanted to, if you could do that, like those political mailers that aren't very expensive, but like what it would cost for like a postcard if Mr. Thomas was having a constituent meeting and not all of us have internet access. It would be something that people would get in the mail saying, hey, there's a constituent meeting on this coming up. So it would be a way to communicate, or even if it was to get information out on a postcard, like, a county-wide meeting for, like we had last night with water. What's that?
Right now, Mr. Chairman, we can do that right now.
Yeah, for the water thing, but like if you're having constituent.
If you want them to mail out something, the staff will mail it out.
Right.
Isn't that right, Mr. Cullen? Or am I wrong?
I don't think that we've done that in the past.
It's happened before.
I've been paying for mine for 15 years, 16 years.
Yeah, we generally don't do mail-ins for board members. If it was a county function that we could do that. Certainly we do advertisements. We used to, and then that's Pam Hall. I think maybe we ran some things in the paper back for constituent meetings back in the day.
We don't really have a.
I know that anymore, but I mean,
we used to.
Right? Didn't we?
We used to, and for a couple of hours, we used to actually do flyers, and we had county staff put them at locations.
Yeah, we put flyers up in places for various constituent meetings,
But then, you never did a mailer or anything.
No, the only mailer we did was for an Aqua meeting that I can remember, where we've done postcards and that kind of thing. Obviously, that's going to be something that every board member is going to want us to do. We're going to need to increase in the postal budget. Because, even postcards are not cheap anymore, and the post office just went up on first-class stamps or wants to. So, clearly we need some budget for that if ever we're going to start mailing out for constituent meetings.
That's a nominal amount of money that we're talking about to send out information to constituents.
What do you think I spend for my card and postage for 500?
I have no idea. But I know we sent stuff out during elections and all that, and it's not very expensive. It's not very expensive.
Well, it's at least 60 cents.
It's for the citizens of the county. It's part of your job and your due diligence in terms of getting information out. It's not like you're sending out something for a party. This is for the county. Then the county should pay for that. That's part of your job and your responsibility.
I don't think
you're talking about $120 million budget, and you don't want to spend a few $1,000s. It's asinine.
Mr. Forehand, what do you think?
I think we should pursue a mobile message board that can do more than 12 characters across the front, or whatever the current restrictions are. That way we can move it. If you need it for a couple of days, advertise yours, Mr. Seeley, Mr. Underwood, whatever, we can move it around. Similar to what we have right now, except something that we don't have to abbreviate words. to the degree that we have to right now because of the characters.
Mr. Thomas?
I don't have no concept of how much something like that costs, and that might be prohibitive, but I think it would be helpful.
Chief?
May I address Mr. Forehand? So the message signs, you can get more characters, but if you're in the VDOT right away, you got to follow VDOT rules on signage. So that's why they're short.
Oh. Yeah.
Something you can read quickly without distracting.
I can't slow down and read.
Mr. Thomas? Sure.
Well, I've done both. I've sent out my own mailers to say I'm having a constituent meeting. I sent out mailers to say this is what I did last year and paid for that myself. I think there have been some county things that we asked staff to send out. So I mean, there's both. There's no one absolute for either or. Creating a budget or a line item to say each supervisor does X is probably a little too much. But the reality is if Supervisor A says, I need to send out 5,000 letters tomorrow, and then Supervisor B never does that, there's a distinct disadvantage of the two. So I think we should be sending out, or the county should be paying for county-specific things. If Trader Joe's, whatever its other name is hiring 500 people this year, the county should send out something that says, we have an employer that's hiring 500 people this year. Well, they should pay for that, but the county may want to help them, or the county may want to do it and get reimbursed by them. But anyhow, that's not something that I should do as the supervisor for that district or whatever, or Mr. Underwood should do as a supervisor for that district. It's, you know, I think Mr. Cully's been fair about it. I actually bought a ream of paper from the county because I was printing things at the county office, but I bought the ream of paper myself to say, you know, I'm not spending county resources for me. That's all. It's just, if it's for the county, it's the county stuff. It's for your reelection. I know we all had to pay for our own reelection stuff.
That's different, yes.
County information. If you got people saying they're not doing it, my thing is sign up for Caroline Alert. You got a cell phone? I know you got a cell phone. I know you got a smartphone. That's where we can put everything and it comes to you. So that's where I am.
Okay.
I just think that if we're doing a constituent meeting and you want to send stuff out, I don't think the county should be responsible for paying for it. It's my constituent meeting. It's my agenda on it. I should pay for it. Just my thought.
On behalf of the constituent. It's not your agenda.
No, but what I'm saying is I usually send.
I know.
Okay.
For who? Why are you doing that?
Right.
Your personal stuff.
Right. It's not, but it's my agenda for my district that I develop.
Okay, we'll skip it then.
In my district. Yeah, I agree. It is.
No, you can't. So what we're saying is, then we'll just prove that it sounds like there's, I mean, outside of Mr. Underwood, I mean, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of support for it. That's fine. We'll go ahead and, as Mrs. Long, what do you want to do?
I think we get a paycheck if we're reaching out to our constituents about something such as a meeting. I can think of ways to do it. For me, I'm going to put flyers in all my local little country stores, in my post offices. I'm going to call people and pass the word around. I'm not going to spend, thousands of dollars with postage and printing out fancy cards. I don't think that's my constituents want me to spend
I
their
don't think
tax
that would
money.
cost, I don't think that would cost thousands of dollars, but yes, okay, that's fine. So we'll just, we'll scrap this then, that's fine. What's that? That's fine. Yep, okay. All right, so, we are gonna go to, I guess we gotta go to the closed meeting now. So, can I get a motion to put us into,
I move that this board convene and close meeting pursuant to the consultation with legal counsel and briefing by staff exception of section 2.2-3711-A7 of the Code of Virginia to discuss specific legal matters pertaining to actual or probable litigation where such consultation or briefing and open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating posture of the board. Second, to the investment of public funds and contract exceptions of section 2.2-3711, A.6, and 8.29 of the Code of Virginia for discussion of the terms of a contract involving the investment of public funds where discussion in open session would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiation strategy of the board. 3, the prospective business or expansion of an existing business exception of section 2.2-3711.8.5 of the Code of Virginia to discuss a prospective business or industry in or around the Reading Church District about which no previous announcement has been made.
I have a motion, do I have a second? Motion and second, go into closed session. All those in favor say aye. Aye, we are in closed session. All right.
I move that the Caroline County Board of Supervisors certifies that to the best of each board member's knowledge, that only public matters, business matters lawfully accepted from the open meeting requirement by Virginia law were discussed in closed meeting to which this certification applies, and also such public business matters as were identified in the motion conveying the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the board.
Motion by the second.
Microphone.
Who seconded?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Motion by Mrs. Long, second by Mr. Underwood. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Mr. Forehand, do you certify that everything that was discussed in closed meeting was only for closed meeting matters?
I so certify.
Mr. Thomas?
I so certify.
Mrs. Long?
I so certify.
Mr. Seeley?
I so certify.
Mr. Underwood?
I so certify.
And I so certify too. Do we have any action coming out of closed meeting?
I'd like to make a motion that we allocate up to $25,000 for
25 hours.
I'm sorry?
25 hours.
I'm sorry, 25 hours of attorney time for Mr. McKenzie to work on the Aqua
Rate increase case.
cooperative defense.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? I'll second. So the motion was made by Mr. Forehand, seconded by me. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Roll call vote. Mr. Forehand.
Aye.
Mr. Thomas.
Nay.
Mrs. Long. Mr. Seeley.
Aye.
Mr. Underwood.
Nay.
And I vote aye. Motion carries 4-2. Okay, I will take now a motion. We don't need any other
I
action.
have one closing board.
Okay, we got Mr. Cully and then Mr.
Just
Yeah.
real quick on the calendar, we do have the 6 o'clock community leaders reception at Fork Walker this Thursday night. I don't know who may be signed up. It's at the lodge. So if you're going, if I can follow somebody, I'm signed up, but I don't remember. I've been to the lodge, but it's been so long ago, I don't remember. February 1st, next Thursday. No, it's not next. Yeah, next Thursday. 11 o'clock VACO VML Local Government Day. Whoever signed up for that. Polar Plunge on the 3rd. Next board meeting is the 13th, and then my offices are closed for President's Day on the 19th. Just want to get those few little
Planning Commission
factors
meeting
in.
is Thursday also?
This Thursday.
Yes.
Probably, yes. Yeah,
4:30 work session and 6 o'clock regular meeting.
that's all I have.
Could we get the Transportation Committee meetings filmed, just so that we could get some folks involved? Everything else we do is, our technology meetings via Zoom, and it's recorded.
Yes, we can.
I was making a face because my file's corrupted.
Oh,
My file's corrupted, not that.
I just thought it would be a good way to communicate what's going on and what's being considered. So do we need anything for that, Mr. Cully, or can you just do that?
If that's the wish of the board, we will certainly make sure that happens.
So is there any closing board comments? Are we ready for that?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Forehand?
None, sir.
Mr. Thomas? I have none. Mrs. Long?
My only comment is, Mr. Cully, if anybody on staff is going to Richmond, if anybody is coming straight back and has room in their car, I could use a ride. If not, I'll drive myself.
We will try to figure out a way to get you there.
Mr. Seeley?
I'm good.
Mr. Underwood?
Yeah, I just have one comment. I know we talked about the issue with Aqua. I'd just like to see it resolved for the benefit of the citizens, and I don't think this is going to resolve. We're going to have to bite the bullet sometime. I mean, unless we just keep continuing to allow them to increase the rate. They're going to get to where they are now. Maybe not this time, but next time they'll be at 30. Then the next time, 2 years from now, they'll be at 15 again. So that's in 5 years, a 40% increase in what you're paying. At some point, the rubber's gotta meet the road and we gotta find a way to fight this thing totally and, like I said, not piecemeal it. That's my only issue. I feel for the citizens there.
Okay. I'll take a motion to adjourn. Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. We are adjourned. Yep.